Okay. Fuck. Well. But oh well. Oh well, oh well, oh well. No L. Oh, 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 oh. Oh well. Whoa. Dang it. Always some scuff, man. Always some scuff. Oh well. Anyway, what up, people? How it go? How it be? Hope you're all having a good day, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is for you. I'm gonna do another stream today. I'm working on my consistency, and I think I'm doing pretty good so far, considering how awful I've been with that in the past. Sorry, I just got a fucking random notification. So, yeah, we just winging it again today. I don't know why, but I have been in that kind of mood lately. Just like, I'm not really trying to spend a bunch of time working out some structured plan. We're just gonna go with the flow. So yeah, we're gonna do that again today. I'm gonna yap for a while, and then we're gonna play some hardcore WoW, and that's the extent that I have it planned out. Shoot. I think I'm gonna start by jumping on Twitter. That's what I feel like doing right now. We're literally just gonna scroll Twitter, check out some of the latest shit going on in my feed. And then when that seems no longer interesting, we'll probably look at some videos because they help give me something, like send me some direction when it comes to talking. I'm never good at like coming up with ideas off the top of my head about what to talk about, but as soon as like I get handed a subject, I can yap and yap and yap and yap. And yeah, reacting to videos gives me that focus that provides me the topic, makes it so much easier. But anyway, yeah, first, like I said, we're gonna go fucking scrolling through Twitter. Cause yeah, that's what I feel like doing. And like I said, we're gonna fucking wing it. Alright, where's this oh wait. Before that, we gotta remember to move my fat head. So boop boop. And then we can pull up the Twitter page. Man, I don't like that. There we go. I don't like the top bar showing all my tabs and stuff. It feels weird. Feels like I'm giving y'all like an invasive look at how I spend my free time. Don't like that. Not a fan. Not a fan. Okay. Let's see. Do we got anything interesting going on? Fucking Elon Musk is talking about ARPGs again. Path of Exile being the latest culprit in that realm. Arbiter of Ash played over Starlink in an airplane. So this is how he finds time. He literally just plays while he's en route to where he has to go. Starlink is so good that you can play real-time video games while airborne. Somebody was asking about that too, like, does Starlink work on a plane? Well, dude, here's your answer. Matter of fact, I'm gonna quote that. Somebody was asking whether or not Starlink works on an airplane. Is that not how airplane? It's just airplane. You have to be 2 words. No, okay, that's just anyway. Airplane. Here's your answer, guy. Boop. Let's see. My fire journey. Wife called me a loser. What the fuck is this? 41 male. What? I don't know what this like $2, but then it's like like M would have made me think like $2 million. Like we'd be saying $2 million liquid, but no, it's like 2mm liquid. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to be saying. Anyway, ignore that. 150K retirement, and I get a 75K per year royalty from a business I sold. It's a nice royalty. I'm guessing the 650K retirement is just like how much he has in savings to pull from while he's retired, and then he just keeps that alive off the 75K per year royalties. Anyway, recently retired. Wife is a school teacher. Good for health care. So I guess they get decent health insurance off of her job. I make 125K per year in income off my liquid assets. Wait, if your assets are liquid, then how the fuck are you making a yearly income? Like, that doesn't make any sense. I don't think the man understands what liquid asset. Okay. So the liquid up here, $2 million liquid, I guess, but why is it 2 M's? Maybe a typo? I don't fucking know. This guy, I don't think he understands everything he's talking about. which I mean, he understands enough, well enough, I guess, that like he's got, or lined up some kind of significant passive income. So good hit on him for that. But like, either I'm stupid or he's bad at conveying information or something's going on here because this doesn't quite make sense. Anyway, since November began, it's cold and dark early, so a lot of what I do Monday through Friday when she's at work is I play GTA on THC edibles because nothing else to do where I live in this time of year. Wife came home early today and I'm stoned in the middle of a conversation with my GTA online friends. She told me I'm becoming a loser, but this is me during the day when she works. I admit it's immature, but we don't have kids and I just want to chill after working a stressful job for 15 years. Okay, so your wife's an asshole for sure. Because I mean, I don't understand what she would really want from you. I mean, maybe she's just more ambitious than you are, but if that's the case, I don't know why she's a teacher unless she's like a college professor, and then like she's working on a route up from there. I think you can like segue being a college professor into like being a I don't know, like a researcher or like a novelist or something along those lines. Maybe I don't know. She's either more ambitious and she doesn't like that he's no longer trying to build anything new. He's just chilling, or she's just one of those like hateful chicks that really dislikes that her husband is doing anything hobby wise at all. Like one of those people that just doesn't like to see their partner happy. I don't know. Or maybe she's just really shallow and it's like the optics of it. Like if somebody found out my husband spends his time high playing video games, then what would they say? Like I don't know, maybe she's just one of those. But I mean, all those come back sound to me like an asshole. Even the ambitious one, like if it's a difference in ambition, like did you not talk about this before you got married? And like you should have kind of had a feeling for like where he was wanting to go with his life, and if you thought you were just gonna change him to be different through the course of your marriage, I mean that's stupid as fuck. So I unless there's something else to hear that he's not telling us, all I can see is a man who's built himself a comfortable life and a woman that is a bit of a bitch. I mean, he's also in the wrong for like clearly he didn't vet her very well in terms of figuring out who he was dealing with. But yeah, I put a lot more of the blame in that regard on her, just because it's easier to like figure out where somebody's goals are in life in terms of like ambition and retirement and all that than it is to figure out where somebody's at in terms of like general. Actually, not really. As I say that, I changed my mind about it. I was going to say it's easier to judge goals than it is to judge somebody's judgment, like how judgmental they are. But not really. Both are actually not that hard to pick up on if you're trying to pay attention. The two people that did seems like two people that did not vet their partner very well before deciding to commit to them for life. And again, I mean, maybe they got together really young. It's a common mistake. You gotta have to do something to navigate this now, though. Like either have a conversation about like, hey, this is what I care about. This is what I care about. See how those things line up and see if you still have a future together. And if not, then part ways. And then if so, then do the aligning and then move on. But I cannot imagine being in this situation. I really can't. Now I haven't been in a serious relationship in a good few years now, so maybe that's part of it. But I mean, all the serious relationships I was in, we had our problems. This kind of thing was never one of them, though. I really have a hard time relating to this kind of situation. My 2 cents. Okay, what's going on here? This is a police crime body cam video, which means it's going to be the police doing something stupid, most likely.
Off my property right now. Get off. This is private property. Get the fuck off of it.
Sir, get out of my face.
Well, then get off my fucking property then.
Sir,
get on. I just talked to John Don Hendricks. Get the fuck.
It's not real smart coming all aggressive to a cop. I mean, even if the cop deserves it, it's just not a smart way to deal with an armed man that has, you know, government-backed authority. Yeah, I would maybe not come so aggressive. But, I mean, if it's his property, he has the right to say what he's saying. He's not brandishing a weapon or coming in what I would call a violent way, even if it's very aggressive. So, I mean, he's not in the wrong, but he is a little dumb.
Get out of here.
Sir, what is your name?
My name's Nick. My name's Nick Tilson. Get out. That's Thomas right there. Go stand up. Yeah, exactly. Get the fuck out of here. Don't come on here again. In fact, don't ever come on the Indian Collective property unannounced again, you motherfuckers. This is our fucking land, bitches.
Also, he's a native Indian, and this is I don't know if it's probably not like, yeah, because it's in the middle of a city. It's not Indian Reserve land, but from what I understand, they do have like some kind of thing where like if you do live on an Indian Reserve and then you own a business, it has like some kind of special status. Not like in a truly impactful way, but like there's some nuance there. Generally, really just coming down to it, it's a guy that owns that plot of land and operates a business on it from the look of it. Also, it's not that great of an idea to become this confrontational with cops when you own a business, because then they're just not gonna want to show up when you actually need them. Though, depending on where you are at in the country, they might not show up when you need them regardless, because that's a thing. But yeah, I would say again, some signs that he's not handling this in the best way, but also he is acting within his rights. I wish I knew what the cops were actually there for and what was the reason for them being there and what was the reason why he was immediately pissed about it. She just shakes her head. That's all we got. We got no context. What if the comments have some context? Let's check it out. What is this? Oh, I guess she's just saying she looks like the person in this movie. I think this is a boy. But I mean, yeah, I do see the physical similarities. Okay, dumb joke there. This is just people trying to get engagement on their own posts. I mean, so this is the Indian guy needs to remember that. Remember, he is theirs when he pulls out of that lot. Now, he could become a target, but that would be unlawful on their part to just target him in retaliation. Now, will they get away with doing something like that? Almost certainly. I mean, between qualified immunity, and the number of just ridiculous laws that there are, they can find him on something and legitimately get him with it. It'd be hard to win a case and prove that they were, hemming him up on a retaliatory basis. So I mean, he sort of has a point, but also not. Like they can't literally just do anything when he gets off their land. Like they can pull him over and give him a ticket for, you know, something minor if they catch him on it, like um you know, rolling through his stop sign, or um what's the one they love to use, reckless driving, or I don't know, something along those lines. They'll find something, I'm sure. But they can't really do anything major. They can slap him with some really small fines and annoy him, and, you know, take up a bunch of his time, but that's about it. Unless they're super corrupt and it's a super corrupt area where the corruption is going pretty unchecked, then, you know, maybe they like frame him for something and literally really do fuck him. But if that's the case, then yeah, he really was dumb for engaging the way he did. Got anything? Can we get any actual? I don't think we're gonna find any context. It doesn't look like we will. Let's see. This is what I want to know. Where's the context? To my reply. This is Rapid City, San Diego. They were writing a citation to a random driver who happened to stop on this property. It's the native something. You know, collective Soros-sponsored gang of thugs. Nick Tilson is in the video. He's no Lakota warrior. He's a fat tub of guts. Yeah, so yeah, there was some real drama going on here that there's a lot of backstory for that I have no idea about. The way to survive in Lakota County, I think as country, I think they mean county, is to mind your own business. These clowns are outside meddlesome, sponsored by billionaires who hate them. I do appreciate the context, even though it's not the full context. It's more than what we had. Alright, yeah. I don't think there's anything else to find there. Stupid Reddit take. Well, it's a fucking 4chan thing, but it's a Reddit take. Bullshit. There will be a femcell mass shooter in the next 2 years that will name drop Rad Fem Hitler in a manifesto. I have no idea what that's actually about. Okay, well, we got a random chick presenting titties in a shirt that doesn't do a good job at it. So, okay. So he made a post saying deleting all dating apps to meet someone the old-fashioned way. Starting a defense tech company in San Francisco. Okay. And then apparently he gets a bunch of flirtatious pictures from women as soon as he says that. Sounds like gold diggers digging for money. This one hurts. Look, man, I have issues, okay? Knowing a bunch of things and having the ability to apply your knowledge are two different things, okay? I'm working on the second one, and I've always been working on the first one, and that has not stopped. Anyway, I feel called out. So we're just going to do that. I have no shame, okay? None whatsoever. straight white males have faced more misguided, baseless racism these past few years than I've faced as a black teen in my entire life. Racism in all forms directed towards anyone of any race is vile and morally repugnant. True? I don't know if the first part's really true. I mean, probably for, I mean, it's got to be for him personally. He's only talking about personally, so I mean, I guess that is probably true for him. I don't know if like it could be applied as a truth on a broad scale, but yeah, there is under the guise of tolerance and anti-racism, there is a big surge of like white racism, you know, racism against white people, and that is still racism, even if they don't. They want to pretend like it's not. This is a meme I keep seeing a lot. I find this one awkward. I made a post about it, or not a post, a reply to a post about it a week or two ago, saying, you know, my thoughts on it, which is pretty much that I would feel very uncomfortable having like sexual physical contact with somebody I was not romantically interested in, or was not romantically interested in me. Like if I had a female friend say this to me, I'd be like, appreciate the thought, but no, and please don't make this awkward offer to me again. Yeah, I don't fuck with the friends with benefits situation or anything like that. And it's not my cup of tea, you know. No judgment to anybody who wants to do that kind of thing, but yeah, not for me. Okay, what's this? This is a 2-hour-long video that we're probably not going to about to watch. I'm almost certainly not about to watch, but let's see. What's up? Jeffrey Sachs on how Joe Biden has been the most destructive president in American history, and now Donald Trump can repair the damage. Yeah, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Too much to break down in that whole statement, much less the video. Tucker Carlson does get smeared a lot, though. I would agree with that. Like, past the point of what's possibly true. Not that he's not that he's not got some things wrong with him. He for sure does, but yeah, the amount of hatred and misinformation that gets spread about Tucker Carlson is pretty crazy. Type of girl you see in a dream that makes you okay. Well, this is this guy's exact type of girl, apparently. She does give like genuine, like authentic person slash like happy, you know, kind chick vibes. I mean, that's a lot to read into like a freaking 8-second clip, but that's the vibe she gives off in the clip. It might not be who she really is as a person, but that's definitely the vibe she gives off. I've been seeing this clip a lot, by the way. You kiss like you're four. Okay, well, what's my? I don't think they give you emoji recommendations on desktop. I'm not about to pull up my phone for this, but let's see if it does. Now it just gives you recents, and I've pretty much only used this one. I don't use emojis a lot. So no telling where I would file in that spectrum without pulling out the phone, and that's just not happening right now. Ron Paul, we should wean ourselves off the Fed like we wean ourselves off the mainstream media. I mean, I agree with that statement. I don't know if I agree with this entire 5-minute video. I'm not about to watch it, but I agree with the statement. Okay. If a lesbian can control herself when she sees a girl in revealing clothes, why can't a man? Around 44% of lesbian and 61% of bisexual women have experienced forms of rape and physical violence by an intimate partner, as compared to 35% of straight women. Oof. Hard statistics. Hard statistics. Breaking the bullshit, I don't know. I think of the word I wanted, but it's just bullshit narratives. I want, and I stand behind the right of any citizen that can legally, or not legally, financially afford a situation like this to have it legally. I'm very libertarian when it comes to gun ownership or weapon ownership. So I think I've said before on this stream, if you can buy a tank, you should be allowed to have one. I really think life would be better if people acted like they were responsible. They and their families and the people they associate with were collectively responsible for each other's safety and didn't rely on the police to do it for them. Not that the police shouldn't exist, but just that you shouldn't count on them. Like you shouldn't, like your entire survival plan should not be that well, society and government will protect me. Like, no, you and your actual family and community like should protect each other. You should own a gun, multiple guns. You should have a defense plan. Like, you should take care of yourself. And then the law should not get in the way of your abilities to do that. And I really think that would honestly work out really well. Maybe I'm naive and stupid, but I've put a lot of thought into it. I'm not going to run down like the full rabbit hole of like all the facts that sort of support what I'm saying, but yeah, that's definitely my stance. Maybe I will do like a video or something at some point, like really breaking down exactly what my stance is and why I feel like it's decently supported by like human understanding, like understanding how people are, and by like factual research that's been done. Platform for blood libel enthusiasts. What is this? Carlson hosted Jeffrey Sachs, who claimed that the collapse of the Syrian regime was orchestrated by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as part of a 30-year campaign to remake the region. I mean, that's probably true. I mean, there's a lot of crazy things going on with the Israel government. But I don't have all the facts on this situation to say anything specific with like, certainty. But I mean, given the other things I do know that are certainly true, well proven things, this would not surprise me. You know you are the target once they start accusing you of blood libel. Blood libel is a retarded made-up phrase meant to sound spooky. Yeah, I think that's probably true. I mean, let's look up what the exact definition of blood libel is. Blood libel. The term blood libel refers to false allegation that Jews use the blood of non-Jewish, usually Christian children for ritual purposes. What? How does this have anything to do with that? Like, the person claiming blood libel sounds like more of a conspiracy theorist than the one claiming that the Israeli government is purposely trying to, like, cleanse the land in their region. And I use conspiracy theorist in the negative, derogative sense in this case, even though I often kind of use it for just anybody who legitimately theorizes about conspiracies, which is not necessarily a negative thing. Conspiracies do happen. We have laws against it, actually. That's how much of a real thing it actually is. RoboCop is a prime example of how much you can do with the commitment to the bit. If you break any part of this down, it's silly. The rubber parts of the costume being so obvious in 4K, the self-serious score, the literal robot walk at the start, but it commits. It's earnest. Fair? Yeah, I mean, like you see that on like if you go to YouTube and you look up those like one man skits, like Bistro Hubby is one that I like. There's like one dude and he plays like several characters in every like YouTube short that he makes. And many, like probably half or more of his characters are female. So, and he's got like a bit of like a 5 o'clock shadow all the time. So he's like a dude with a 5 o'clock shadow wearing like a blonde wig, and like purposely manipulating his voice to like sound a little bit more feminine, and plays a female character. It looks ridiculous, and it would be uh completely like non-believable under any normal circumstance, but he commits to the bit so thoroughly that you actually feel like, okay, yeah, that's a female character. Like if you commit, you can make it feel real in a sense. I don't know, I'm probably not articulating what I really mean very well by that, but hopefully somebody gets my point. Eating fruit on LSD. Absolutely love eating fruit while on LSD. Every time I trip, I make sure I'm stocked on pineapples, mangoes, oranges, kiwis, strawberries, you name it. I eat them throughout my trip and marvel at them and their uniqueness every time. I explore the different flavors, textures, designs, and let them nourish my body. They are masterpieces of nature. I mean, well, that they really are, but it's an odd fixation to have. I mean, no hate, enjoy your life, bro. That definitely a way to enjoy your life that is not harmful to anyone else. You could probably have a great experience, I imagine. But yeah, just a very specific niche thing to be that interested in. It's a man who was been a trip sitter and then been on the other side of that on many occasions. I can honestly say I understand where it's coming from, but I've never seen anything quite like it personally, like from either side of the equation. I think the closest thing I could think of would be I would say probably I had a friend who really enjoyed the texture of his couch. And he would just like spend a bunch of time like rubbing his couch. About the closest thing I could think of. I never eat much in that situation. It kind of destroys your appetite. Why? Why is this fucked up? Though I'm no general fan of AI, the outrage of my tweet is more because it's a ghoulish and highly unethical fan fiction of a dead father and his grieving daughter together without the family's permission. And the whole thread is just weird AI fan fiction of dead people. I don't understand why that's such like you can make it sound kind of bad, and he kind of does make it sound bad and with his wording, but like I mean, I don't see the issue. I really don't see the issue at all. Like people want to recreate moments that didn't get to happen using AI, and they're like just sweet wholesome things. Like I don't see a problem with that. I really don't. Like I don't get the the aversion. Seems like somebody that just didn't get enough intimacy in their own life, and they're mad that somebody can replicate it with AI. I don't know, man. It's a weird thing to be upset about, in my opinion. What? I used to work at a bakery, and each time something looked a bit off, I just ate it. Okay. That's one way to deal with the problem. At least you're not throwing it away. I mean, you're not being wasteful. All right. I mean, credit to you. I like it. Yeah, what is this like focus? I don't understand. What benefit does a man get in marriage that he doesn't get without it? Like, have y'all never had a positive relationship before in your life? Like, I get to have a good relationship with, a good romantic relationship. Why, like, why does there have to be, like, why does somebody have to, like, provide some kind of material benefit to me? Like, to get a soul. I'm gonna be a little bit toxic here. Dude, get a soul. Okay, moving on. I don't care. This is a pretty fun. Let's watch it. I love this scene. It is actually hilarious.
Hi.
Hi.
You must be Terry. I'm sorry I've been hiding, honey, but this dinner was tricky. Oof.
Who are you?
I'm Dr. Sheila Gamble, his wife.
Come on, seriously.
He's a
who is
doctor
that?
too.
His old lady.
Sweetie, it's a workstation.
Got it.
You come in here dressed like a hobo.
Like a
It's
hobo.
distracting.
I know you're working. I'm so sorry.
She's actually wearing a nice dress. Like, everything
Okay,
about
just
this
think,
scene
what
is
is that?
wrong. I love it.
The old ball and chain.
But I do hate that phrase, the old ball and chain. It's stupid.
Not right now.
Okay.
Look, they're not all first round picks.
So
okay?
awkward.
Come on, you can
Not
tell
all
me who it
first
is.
round. Yo, this scene is so fucked. It's so funny. IQ score, full scale. Oh dear God, dude. Full scale IQ 85, memory IQ 92, verbal IQ 105, spatial IQ 94. I think like 100 to 110 is somewhere around like the average range. 85 is like actual, like, that's like the full on low IQ. Like, I think like literally 885 is like right where the line of, like, if you're 85 or below, like, you're considered, I don't know what the exact term for it is, but basically stupid. And like, I think you hit like 70 or something like that, and you're considered like officially medically like retarded. So that's a rough one. I'm sorry that you had to find out this way. But hey, at least you've added to your self-awareness. That's the number one skill to develop, I think, in life, is just to be self-aware. If I took 50% less in taxes, what would I do with my money? What wouldn't I do, bro? I mean, I'd actually be able to like invest in a way that wasn't trivial. And then after a while that would pay off enough that I would just, like, I don't know, fund my dreams. That's what I feel like it would happen. I mean, maybe I'm again being naive, but that's my immediate thought is. Yo, boy, what psyop is this? What part of the propaganda cycle are we in today? What is this?
I gotta know if anybody else feels this way. Almost as if we are literally approaching something much bigger than we'll probably ever imagine. And right now, it's almost like a calm before the storm. things are good. You see people out shopping, doing their thing, having a good time, and you're sitting here wondering, does anybody else feel the way that I'm feeling right now? And the feeling is honestly just this like, I don't know what's going to change, but I know something is definitely, without question, going to change. And how I've been living, what I've been doing, how I've been operating my life has got me here, but it's not going to get me there when that time comes. And there's been signs within my body, within my motivation, within my mind of it speaking to me. Like, hey, you thinking that money and business and your purpose and all these things that you've been working so hard towards, yeah, they're important right now, but they may not be as important in the future. Like, you doing all this, and I'm getting the signs to slow down on so many different areas,
Mm.
because it's almost like this divine intelligence is speaking to me of like, hey, it's okay to rest a little bit more. It's okay not to be so driven or so type A. It's okay to be more internal right now. It's okay not to go out and have all these ambitions and all these different things, because I, whatever I am, that this intelligence, I am preparing you.
I do think, I mean, just logically, like, though, you see the agendas getting pushed in terms of, like you look at like the WEF and the whole, you own nothing and be happy, and the we need to eat less meat, and you're gonna eat insects. Like this whole agenda of like life is like you're gonna have less access to like abundant resources than we've established as the norm. It's like there's like this globalist agenda going in that direction. Uh, the shit going on with Russia and Ukraine and um China and Israel, and all these signs that we might be seeing World War III in the not too distant future. Any time now, honestly, could possibly pop off. Um, with you know there being this like huge battle for free speech going on in America, um, and like pushing back against um like the whole woke ideology thing, like so many different angles in which it looks like um, investing in the system in its current state does not seem like it is as certain to be long term viable as like previous generations have had the certainty that, yeah, like I invest in this system, then I will, I'll be set. Like this is the system that I was born into, and it's the system that I'm gonna die in. That the certainty of that is way, way, way less right now. So, in that sense, I mean, 100% can see where he's coming from. Just logically, it just doesn't seem like investing in the system and the way things are now is the smartest long term investment. I don't think you have to be like getting divine inspiration to come to that conclusion. In fact, I'm gonna say this. So, do a quote tweet. So I'll just summarize what I just said. So I'll be like, with the state of the world, investing in the current system as it is, definitely doesn't seem like the sound super sound investment that it once was. There we go. Yeah, I don't think you have to be going on any kind of spiritual tangent to come to that conclusion. And also, I think it's always been true that working on your personal growth, like non-materialistically, just like being a better person, like working on being more honest, working on understanding yourself more, working on you know, authenticity, working on like your ability / willingness to stand on sound principles, like those kinds of things. I think has always been way more important than your like financial or material success, or even like academic success, or anything like any of those normal metrics. I think people are kind of starting to feel that way right now, which I feel like is kind of a new thing. Maybe not new in the course of human history, but in recent history, at least. I can't think of an example of a time where like people generally had
And
that feeling.
I don't really know what
My
else to
mic
do other
just,
than surrender and trust.
I don't know why that started playing. My mic just like collapsed on me and wanted to like fall against my face. Behave, Mike. Give me a second. Got a thumb screw that wants to come loose about once a month. There we go. I think I fixed it. Annoying. Anyway, let's see where the rest of the video goes.
It, and like when I need to rest and I don't want to do the thing that I think I should be doing, you know, maybe listen to it more. I don't know, because it's speaking to me loudly now. The body's speaking to me, the environment's speaking to me, the energy, the vibes, they're all speaking to me that things are changing and that I naturally need to change as well. And if I fight the resistance, I'm going to feel it. And I have been feeling it every time I try to fight it, every time I try to go back on and do these old patterns and be these old ways of how I used to be. It's not allowing me to stay that way. It's been interesting. So, you know, I've made a few videos about this, but it just keeps getting stronger and stronger. So I want to just keep putting this out to see like what are you feeling? How is your life being different right now? Do you feel?
Dude, that's the number one reason why I would like to have like figure out how to get like more reach from my tweets. Just because I would like to get more impact, more input from people. Like nobody sees enough of my tweets that like I get very much input. Like people that it's like one of the most beneficial things I think you could have access to that modern life and modern technology can potentially bring to you is just ability to get input from a large amount of people. And the people that have like like a fuck ton of followers and shit, I don't wonder, I hope most of them like realize that and don't take it for granted, because it would be so nice to have that. Like, I don't care if I ever, if I don't ever make any fucking money or never, like I don't care about fame, and I don't care that much about money. I have some concern about money. Like I would like to be a little bit better off financially than I am, but yeah, I'm not huge invested into either one of those things. I would love to have a big audience though, just so I can poll like a large group of people about the things I'm interested in. That would be cool as fuck. I would love that. Anyway. Oh Muslim woman in Italy saw a young man and woman kissing in public and she looked like she was crazy. Why do you come to the West if it does not conform to your values and your terrorist religion? Okay, calling it a terrorist religion is a bit harsh, but yeah, I don't know why like there's so many people migrating, so many Muslims migrating into quote unquote Western communities and then being upset that Western communities behave like Western communities. Like, then why did you come here? Weird shit, man. No, we'll give that like. Actually, I'm not. Just because I don't like the calling it like. I have some issues with Islam as a religion. I really genuinely do, but it's too much to call it a terrorist religion. I feel like. I mean, they do call for jihad in the religion, but yeah, I don't know, man. Something about that sits wrong with me. It's too aggressively judgmental. Okay, I don't know if we're going to be interested in this, but we'll give it a second.
Scams I've ever seen in the automotive fucking industry. Took this to the dealership because it was shifting rough. The check engine light was on. Toyota dealership, specifically Space City Toyota in Humble, Texas, fuck you, told me $8,600. It was throwing a code, transmission was failed. $8,600. $50 in fluid and parts, changed out the transmission fluid. And the dealership in Toyota says that the transmission is sealed lifetime. The fluid lasts a lifetime. $50 later, changed out the transmission fluid, runs fine. Fuck you, Space City Toyota. Fuck Toyota for doing this. Fuck the dealership model in the automotive industry. It's the biggest fucking scam I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm sorry this is not music-related content. I don't give a fuck. If you're in Texas, if you're in Houston, do not go to Space City Toyota. I have more horror stories about them. I may tell you, and if you want to know, let me know.
Yeah, there's a lot of that kind of shit in the world, and that's nothing new. Sucks, but it's a reality that has been the reality since before I was born, and I imagine almost certainly will continue to be the reality long after I'm dead. Bloodborne emulation is actually perfect now. I'm not even gonna. Moving on. People ask this question. Wait, I'm so sick of this. I'm gonna start muting. I'm gonna let this one go, but I'm gonna start muting channels that post this shit. I've seen this motherfucking image so many times this year. I'm so sick of it. Fuck off. Get original content, please. Stop reusing this. I'm pretty sure this same fucking channel has reposted this same fucking image at least a few times in the last 6 months. Like, come the fuck, and it's not just this channel. Like, come the fuck on, man. Stop. Damn. We're just gonna drop that light. All right, moving on. You saw nothing. AI getting crazy with the video generation. It's all AI generated video. That's crazy. I wonder how much, like, I wonder if they did any, like, post-generation editing? Like, clean it up at all? Or if this really is just, like, give it a prompt, then maybe, like, give it a couple follow-on prompts to, because you never just take the original prompt. Like, you give a prompt, and you look at the results, and you tell the AI how to edit the result to get a new result. Yeah, I wonder if it's entirely doing that, or if it's like somebody actually put this into a video editing software after it came out the AI and then did some cleanup. Because if this is just entirely AI, not a speck of human, you know, video editing work done on it, then oh boy, we'll be having just anyone and everyone making full-length movies with no actual skill at movie production here in the not so distant future, like in the pretty near future, if AI is already this far. Something to keep an eye on for damn sure. Right, so he had people give him prompts and then generated microscopic tracking shot of Pepe the Frog in short swimming inside a human cell riding a ribosome. Orgo Pro shot of Pepe the Frog in swim trunks riding waves in a human cell. Why do, like, what are the things that look like Fruit Loops? I don't remember enough about my high school biology to remember even what the parts of a cell really are. Like, I know mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. And I know DNA is held in the nucleus of the cell. I remember the whole cell wall thing, and mitosis is cell division, but that's about it. I think I literally listed off everything I can remember about cells just now. Are we finished with the Twitter dive at this point? It looks like we might be. I'm now getting bored of what I'm looking at. Oh no, we're still in. Okay, I forgot we're still in this post. Yeah, well, I'm bored with this post at the very least. Dear atheists, remember when atheism caused a scientific revolution that led to the eradication of smallpox? Me either, because that was Christianity. Checkmate, atheists. Phidias fights for free speech. Oh, dude, I love this guy.
Perhaps I'm one of the most qualified members of the European Parliament to talk about the use of social media platforms in elections, as they were the only tool I used to get elected and be here today. Throughout the history of representative democracy, the people that were running for office were usually the ones that had access to the traditional media of their time. Now, for the first time in history, everybody has the power to convince the people about their ideas and become a politician only by using their phone. And of course, if anyone can use social media, there will be some voices we will not like. But freedom of speech is about allowing all voices to be heard, and sometimes here in Europe, we...
Yes, fucking sir, exactly. We need an internet article of rights, an internet bill of rights, for sure. That's one of the biggest things that these Trump administration came out and said, that I was like, oh my god, yes, please actually, like, because I know presidents always promise a bunch of shit, then they never deliver on it. Please, for the love of God, deliver on this one. The internet bill of rights idea is probably the single most important idea of our time. Like, we need to secure freedom of speech online. It's so, like, because we have an opportunity to have the most radical amount of real freedom that has ever existed. I mean, we already have established that just by having like a democratic republic. That was like a jump in personal liberty, a massive leap in personal liberty, when we established that fucking 200 years ago, whatever it was. 250 years ago almost, I think, at this point. Yeah, because we're getting really close, because 1776 done 2026. Very close to 250 years. But yeah, the next comparable leap is like we're like already 50% way of achieving it, which is truly free communication between every citizen of every nation at all times. We need to make that happen, and we are like very close. I mean, the fact that social media exists, the fact that platforms like YouTube exist, streaming platforms in general like Rumble, Twitch, Kick, whatever. Like these all are the technologies and design structures to enable what I was just talking about when they're hindered by censorship. And we need to remove that hindrance as much as possible, and we need to stop it from getting worse, because it was in the direction of getting worse real recently. And then Elon Musk bought Twitter, and I feel like Twitter really has removed a lot of the censorship. I wouldn't say that it's been completely 100% successful in that. I think Twitter definitely does still show a little bit of bias, and the anti-censorship has not been perfect on Twitter, but it's been a whole hell of a lot better than any other platform. And we need to continue to move that forward. We need to continue to remove censorship and develop this access to free and open communication between everybody, and that will enable things like actually like having actually normal people be able to get themselves elected as like a fucking president or something, or a congressman, without having to navigate closed off social structures that have access to legacy media, or have like a bunch of financial backing. Like you can just be a normal guy working a 9 to 5, and if you just happen to have the right develop the right skills and have the right ideas that resonate with people well enough, and like you can get the job like that. And we need that so bad. I'm so here for that. Yeah, I'm gonna let the guy keep preaching.
We don't like just by labeling them disinformation. Freedom of speech is the bedrock of integrity,
Bedrock of integrity, yes,
and of democracy itself, and we need to fight to preserve it. Let's return to Voltaire's idea: I disapprove what you say, but I will defend to death your right to say it.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a blue card for you?
So thank you, Fidias. I have a couple of questions because, as you said, you have a lot of experience in this field. The first one is, do you really believe the quality of politics has improved with all these extreme things? I mean, the videos you make, they need to have a hook, they need to be somehow engaging, but it feels like they're also often quite limiting and simplistic. And when I listen to what the colleagues, Mrs. Disinformation here, has been saying, I have heard that von der Leyen is blackmailing politicians, that she has ordered somehow the courts in Romania to act a certain way, that we smell like sulfide, I don't know where that came from, that the LGBTQI community has been weaponized. I mean, these all, that we are in an Orwell state, and this seems to be disinformation. So how would you improve the quality of information on social media? Thank you.
I don't know that that's entirely all bad information. I think the LGBTQ thing has been weaponized. That's absolutely true. I think anybody with a free thinking perspective can see how that's at least partially true. His point on you have to be engaging to get people's attention. Well, duh. Like, that's where the skill is involved. Like, historically, people have had great ideas, and they have not been, not had, oh geez, how do I over this? They haven't been widely accepted because of the fact that they were not well articulated, and they didn't come from like a charismatic source. Yeah, there's definitely a skill to getting people to listen to you. You're never going to change that. But you can at least remove financial and I guess political barriers. You can't remove the need to have skills behind your good ideas to help them be conveyed. It's just part of how humans work. But you can remove the other two barriers. I mean, that just is what it is, bro.
Thank you.
By the way, thank you. It's my first blue card. I'm very excited to answer it. Yes, social media, I think, like every evolution, it takes some adaptation. So we need to adapt to the new current system. So, and this is what I'm doing, adapting to the new system. But I think, yes, there is some problems, but we need to find different tools. Labeling everything as disinformation, it's not going to, where do you draw the line on disinformation and truth? Because a lot of the times in the past, like it was, we assumed something is disinformation, it was wrong. But maybe some new techniques of AI advancements and all this stuff to use on social media to, in a way, explore all the content and label something as wrong, in a way. But not to be able not to say something. But thank you. I love you all.
It's another blue card for you.
You didn't get a blue card until now, and now you get two at the same time. So, because it's about social media, and you very well, I think you do it well. You know, you convince people, and nothing is wrong about that. But the problem here, and that's what we're discussing about, is if there's a foreign actor putting lots of money to influence the whole discussion. That is what is happening there. And there's also a difference to the past, and there are new developments here. So can we agree together that we want to protect free speech, that we want to have transparency what's happening on the platform, and fair rules? That is what we're talking about.
Yes, you do want those things, but you cannot use you can't use the fact that you're worried about charismatic people with nefarious goals having a chance to develop influence and having a chance to develop influence. You can't let the fear of that scenario like be an excuse for censorship, because that's what I see. Like, that's the kind of rhetoric I hear a lot when people are like making pro censorship points. You have to be willing to have the battle, man. Have the battle of ideas. Have the belief that good ideas propagate, bad ideas have to face an uphill battle. There's going to be charismatic people on both sides. You know, of like, if you want to break it down to like good and evil, almost like evil being the bad ideas, good being the good ideas. There's going to be, evil charismatic people and good charismatic people. You just have to have faith that the good charismatic people are going to win in the end. Like, I know that sounds maybe even naive or whatever. But like, if you don't have faith in that, then you don't have faith in the ability to act in a good way, like, at all. Like, you can't, if you use the existence of bad people to justify justify you censoring or utilizing dishonest methods or anything like that, then you don't fundamentally have faith faith in goodness, really. And I think you need that, and I think that's one thing that the world is coming to have to like realize in modern history. I think that's what like the a lot of what the whole like return to religion is. Like, atheism had a big groundswell, and then like recently like Gen Z is a lot more like traditionally minded, and older millennials are becoming more religious now. And I think that all like revolves around the whole point of like people be realizing that if you don't have faith in goodness, then you're just going to live in buried in evil, really.
Well, we agree on this, first of all, but also Mr. Stefanuța said before about in the polls, it was not showing the president of Romania. Also, the polls 1 week before my elections were showing me 2%, and I received 20% of the votes. So the new methods that we have doing polls and all this stuff is kind of in the old-fashioned way, and it doesn't represent the current state of also social media. So I think democracy needs to evolve to the new state of this online social media. Yeah, I love you all again. It's very exciting to have 2 blue cards.
It's another blue card. If you accept.
I accept.
Orwell was mentioned here before, and I think, what if the popular medias are in the hands of the oligarchs, super rich, or authoritarian leaders? As we know that algorithms in X and TikTok, they are not open. So do you think that these algorithms should be open, that everybody can know if they are brainwashed or not? Because we know that X, TikTok, maybe some others are brainwashing us.
Yeah, absolutely. He brings up a really good point. And this is what I was talking about with the Internet Bill of Rights thing. So, like, you need social media platforms have to be accountable to their necessary position of an unbiased platform. Like, they need to not try to sway things, and that comes A, in how they moderate, but B, also in how they operate their algorithms. And the only way that we're ever going to be able to hold the algorithms accountable to being unbiased is if they're open, and they can be examined. So yeah, that absolutely has to happen.
You again. So I think you are making a mistake because X has a part of the algorithm open source. Is open source, so you can see what is actually happening. And I think this is what social media need to look like, because we need to understand how the algorithm is working. They need to be transparent on how the algorithm is working. So we, the citizens and everyone, or the coders, would tell us if something was misused, so we will know. So having transparency over the coding, I think, is very important, and I agree with you. But some of the platforms are doing that already, and we need to encourage them to do more. I love you all again.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked into the situation well enough, to be honest, to be perfectly blunt. I don't know how well X is done, how good of a job X has done at being transparent with the code. Because you could definitely not reveal your entire code, but still reveal enough of it to allow people with the technical expertise to understand exactly how your algorithm is behaving in terms of how it pushes content. And that's the only part that has to be made open. If you want to keep some kind of secret sauce secret, then it's fine, as long as we can say with certainty that we understand how the algorithm is making its decisions, and we can vet that and make sure that those decisions are being made in an unbiased and appropriate manner. But yeah, another great fucking video. Every time I see videos on my feed, he's fucking, I don't even know how to say his name correctly, but every time I see him on my feed, I'm like, fuck yeah, he is absolutely nailing one of the most important points of our time yet again. Paternity test discourse is back. I'll just say that if you don't trust your girlfriend/wife enough and demand a paternity test, maybe you should reconsider your relationship. And if you don't trust women in general, homosexuality is okay. Can't choose to be homosexual, so that's a stupid statement. You cannot decide who you're attracted to physically. You can slightly over time alter who you're attracted to, like on an emotional level, like what kind of personalities you're attracted to. Mostly that comes down to actually just working on traumas, because a lot of people their choice in a significant other is heavily influenced by trauma. Like that's what the whole like mommy issues and daddy issues thing comes from. Because I mean, it really does impact your choices, and resolving those can help you make better partner choices. But you can't change physical attraction. Like you just have, like, that's hardwired into you. Like, you just have that. So that's just a stupid statement there at the end. And then the first part, like, about trust, I kind of agree that if you don't trust your partner enough that you feel like you need a paternity test, then, you know, maybe you should not be trying to have a child with that person. But at the same time, in like trust, like, we don't live in a perfect world, and no one's a perfect person. So if what you need to help build trust is to continue to see evidence that you can trust somebody, and then that's just another piece of evidence that you want to help you build that trust, and you're willing to actually build the trust. You're like, when somebody, you get the paternity test, okay, it was proven that this is my kid. You know, you've earned my trust in other ways. I'm developing more trust for you. Next time we have a kid, you know, I'm not going to feel like I really need this paternity test that time, or at least maybe by the third. Like, if you're actually using it to build trust, then I think that's understandable. Maybe not the, you know, perfect way for things to be, but not bad. But yeah, I mean, if you're just unwilling to ever trust, then you're not ever going to have a good relationship. So, sort of agree and disagree. I think when you add in the last point, just being completely retarded, I disagree a little bit more than I agree with this, or notably more than I agree with this post. So, not going to give that one a like, but sort of a valid point was made. Oh, that's oof. This comic is a bit damn. I'm not even going to address that. That is what it is. I think almost every chick I've been with, I could do this with. Definitely one girl I was with, I could not. Most of them, though, yes. Does that really matter one way or the other, though? I don't think so. It's fun, though. Okay, this is retarded. Just not even going to move on. How do you act on stream if no one is in chat? I've had someone literally tell me there's no one there to interact with me, so why would I be talking or trying to make jokes? Like, just kind of making it so there'll never be anyone in chat. Yeah, I agree with that. 100%. 100%. I'm yapping to a zero activity in chat right now. I don't pay attention to my viewership. Purposefully don't look at that. I have no idea if anyone's watching me, how many people are watching me, anything like that. I look at it sometimes after stream, like probably one of every 5 streams. I'll go back and see, like, did I have, like, how many viewers did I get during this stream? Just so that I have some idea. Every now and again, I check it out. But yeah, during stream, I don't look. But obviously, I can tell whether or not I have an active chat, and that does not change how much I yap. It might change what I yap about when I do have an active chat. I'm talking to somebody who's giving me, you know, a different perspective rather than it just being my own perspective on my own soapbox. So, I mean, yeah, there's a slight difference there, but it definitely doesn't change how much I yap. I'm a yapper at my core, son. Chat or no chat. Do you pay organizations according to the number of homeless people they manage? You create an incentive to maximize the number of homeless people, which is exactly what happened here. California spent $24 billion fighting homelessness, but didn't track outcomes, and the number of homeless people increased by 30,000 during that period. The state also accounts for 30% of all the homeless people in the US. That's crazy, and that's true. Elon Musk is putting a true statement out. Also, I don't like how much he's on my feed. It is a little annoying. But like, I don't engage with a lot of his stuff. I don't know why. Kind of wonder if maybe he has the algorithm favor him a little bit. But then again, he's like a very popular character, especially, you know, since the whole election thing started going on, because he had a major play in the Trump administration's current like organizational structure and like helping them win and helping them with those social media presence and whatnot with that. And he's been for a few years now just a pretty talked about individual, so it might be completely organic, but I also wouldn't put it past him to be giving himself a little bit of algorithmic boost. I'd be willing to pay a good bit of money to learn the answer to that question, though. Like, if there was a way I could get a for sure 100% certain answer as to is he or is he not artificially boosting himself, I'd pay good money for that. Though if he set the price, I'm sure I couldn't afford it because I'm not rich. Wait. Hold on. New recycling recommend or words. New recycling method this Christmas. Put a bunch of shit in a box that's like trash and then leave it out for somebody to quote unquote steal. I like it. Found out I'm pregnant and not knowing who the dad is. Later on, finding out, and it's not the person I want to be the dad, who's an actual good dad, and man, now I'm stuck with a bum. Casual sex is a bad idea, in my opinion. It's one of those things like where I stand with a lot of stuff where I'm like, I respect your right to do whatever the fuck you want as long as you're not harming another person. That said, some things I don't think are good ideas. Casual sex is one of those. You can do it. It's your right. Do whatever you want. But I really don't recommend it. I legitimately believe it's a really bad idea. Sex should be considered like sacred, basically. So this guy's admitting he's every fiber of my hater DNA. So he's an admitted hater, wants to clown on this video, but I can't because the man's just too smooth with it. These guys look like they're having a great time. Hell yeah. Good vibes. The Corona makes it into the shot. I'm not a fan of all the spraying alcohol. Personally, I don't want to get sprayed with alcohol. I'd prefer that we don't do that, but I would probably happily deal with it in this situation. Like if these were mostly all people that I liked and we were all just vibing and having a good time like this, then yeah, I'd live with it. So if I had a choice in the matter, I would definitely say, guys, don't do that. Okay, good vibes, looks like some good times. I'm not liking this video though, because this guy's a self-reported hater. Goth Latinas for Shadow. I think that's a decent recreation of that piece of art. I give it a like. Italian government and Giorgio Meloni. Well, Italian government and Giorgio Meloni has made a move to chemically castrate convicted pedophiles and rapists. The left oppose it, claiming it's both racist. Okay, I can't believe I read statements like that last one. It blows my mind that that's a thing that people say, and that represents even a small percentage of the population. Like, if it's a notable percentage of, like, more than 1% of people support that statement, that's a mind-boggling statistic. Fuck, I struggle with words sometimes. Anyway, yeah, that shit's crazy that anybody would say that. I 100% support the castration of people who misuse their genitalia. Yeah, straight up. Enough said. What is this? He actually said there was a shared culture between them going back to. Wait, hold on. First off, Trump said the United States and Italy have been allies since the time of ancient Rome. The translator's reaction is priceless. He actually said there was a shared culture between them going back to the ancient Romans, and anybody who thinks that is a ridiculous statement is invited to examine the front of the building he was sitting in when he said this. That's definitely, like, the fact that there's a strongly shared cultural link. Strong cultural link. Yeah, that's absolutely certainly true. I don't know which one he said, though. I don't know if they're right that he literally said that they were always allied. Probably the second one. Probably this Peter Haig guy is right. As I mean, I think most people are aware that Italy was on the side of the Nazis, but I'm gonna give that a like. Yeah, we need the next episode. I hope they don't gloss over that situation. Agree. Darkness is a place of divine creation too. Also true. With the unhinged sociopaths. I have a job and people who care about me. Okay, well, you're a hater. Let people have fun, bro. Let people be unique. I don't understand why people are so against that, bro. This is my number. Like, I have a lot of traditional values, to be honest. But the area where I really don't agree with most people that have a lot of traditional values is this whole fucking, like, conformist image thing. Like, just let people fucking, like, enjoy their own aesthetic. Like, why is it a problem for you that somebody has tattoos, non-standard clothes, and piercings? Let the motherfuckers live their life. I'm going to be a fucking stupid internet troll. I'm not really a troll, but I'm going to engage in the stupid internet drama debate and make a response here. Can people not just enjoy their own aesthetic tastes? Why is it such a social? How do you? All right, I got to Google this. How do you spell faux pas? I'm gonna spell it this stupid way, and I'm sure Google will correct me. Yeah, it's fox pas. That's how it's actually spelled. FAUX space PAS. Okay, why is it such a social fox pas? I put a Z. I'm an idiot. Fox pas. To dress. It's not just dress though, because like I said, it's the people hate on the tattoos and the piercings as well. What would be to have a non have a deviating slash non-conformist sense of style. Live and let live. Jeez. And then I'm gonna get like the clenched teeth, like face react. I'm actually gonna use an emoji that I never fucking do. But where is that emoji that I want? Come on, I know it's in this list somewhere, bruh. It's in here somewhere. No, we're just not even dealing with smiley. It's got to be up here. Now, I'm horrible at like word searches and stuff. It's probably in here and I've just missed it. Or maybe it's just not in here. But I feel like it probably is. Don't know if I care. Oh, there it is. Let's say the grimace, that's what they call it. Grimace. Here you go. Probably really shouldn't even engage with shit like this, but I do a lot of things I shouldn't do. I don't think this one's that bad. He's a bit weird. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that, and I don't think it's important enough that I spend time figuring out how I should feel about that one. I relate to this. You're so quiet. You should talk more. Gets ignored. Gets interrupted. Gets talked over. No one pays attention. No one cares. Never again. Just the wrong reaction. Like, figure out how to articulate yourself better. Figure out how to be a little bit more assertive in communication. Figure out how to just surround yourself with better friends. Figure out how to tailor your interests, or not tailor your interests, but tailor your chosen topics to mutual interests with the people around you. Like, you need to develop some skills to avoid this situation. But that said, I understand how you could find yourself in this situation and how you could react this way. Because I've been there in my past, for sure. We're not doing that. Actually sounds wonderful. Yes, it does. I've seen this one a lot. People, like, feminists think that, like, this is, like, horrible, but, and, and I'm not trying to invalidate their experience. To them, it probably is not great. Like, it comes across the wrong way, and maybe it's even meant the wrong way, but from a man's perspective, I think most men would just be like, fuck yeah. Like, I'm getting told I look cute. Like, even if I'm not interested in you at all, like, I appreciate that you feel that way about me. Thanks. Helly, lovely gentleman. Oh, you fixed your own computer. You're so smart. That's impressive. As long as it's not condescending. Like, if I felt like they genuinely thought, hey, this is the signifier that you actually are a smart person and I am actually impressed by you, I would be happy about that. Now, if it sounded condescending, like they thought they were still like intellectually superior to me and they had a really low opinion of my IQ, and this would just made them think that I was slightly smarter than the idiot they thought I was, then yeah, I'd be pissed off about this one, this bottom left one. And this is probably why, like, this probably what, like, the person who made this probably did, experienced a situation where they were being condescended to. And I understand being upset about that one. That's the only one of these that I actually understand. Just on face how it could end up being a negative experience. You look way too good to be a cashier. See, I guess I can kind of understand how this one comes across bad too, but like even intended, like even from like a person with like the wrong attitude, I think I would just like this. Like, yeah, somebody complimenting. I don't know why that word didn't want to come out right. Somebody complimenting my appearance, taken in the most negative light, is still not a negative experience for me to have. Like the experience of being complimented, of having my appearance complimented, taken in the worst light I can think of, is still a good experience. I might not like the person, and this might not increase my, you know, how much I like the person at all, receiving the compliment, but I would still like put this in the positives category. If I was making a negative versus positive experiences I had that day list, it'd go in the positive column. Men are so unused to gossip. If they admit she liked when her wrists were held, they feel like they are breaking some sacred oath. Women will tell their friends about this intonation, facial expression, and sweatiness when he came. Whoa. I don't know how true that is, but there's probably some kernel of truth in there. Nudging my friend after he's had sex. Hey, you dirty dog. Come on, then. Spill the beans. Was she kind? I don't even know how to unpack that. Like, was she kind after bringing up sex? What? Confusion. I am not giving that the time of day. Let's see what this is.
I was introduced to Destiny 2 during the season of Plunder.
He talks really
I have grown really, really fond of the characters since then. That being said,
I'm bored. Religion tells me what they want to hear, not what they need to know. Yeah, this is asinine as fuck. Wendell, you were right. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a midwit. That's my hot take. That's my hot take probably for the day. Neil deGrasse Tyson is actually a midwit. He's a decently well-educated midwit, but a midwit nonetheless. Like, you can know a lot of information, and that information be somewhat complex, and still not have like a high IQ. Like, I don't think Neil deGrasse Tyson has a very high IQ. My bag got checked at TSA on my way home from, I don't know what AWA is. And this is what the guys saw. Meaty cream pie. Well, damn. Yeah. I wonder like how the average person reacts to this. Because I'm definitely not the right person to ask about how the average person feels about the situation. Personally, I'd have two initial thoughts pretty simultaneously. One would be you probably like anime, and that's cool. We have something in common. We can maybe talk about. If I was gonna like be around this person for any amount of time, I'd be able to like spark up a conversation with them. And two would occur to me almost at exactly the same time would be you're horny a lot, aren't you? Like, do you have that ready to go? Like, because that's like one of the most easily retrievable objects in your carry-on bag. So, yeah, that shows how much you prioritize having access to this That sounds like you're very horny. Which is not a positive or negative thing. It's just a piece of information. But that would definitely be one of the first things that occurred to me. I have no judgment about that one way or the other. But that would definitely be my immediate thought. That's probably most people's immediate thought, but I think they probably attach some judgment to it as well. But again, I don't know. I'm really just theorizing. Which weight is like optimal for this person? Probably the 48 kilograms. It looks natural and healthy without being, well, to be blunt, fat. 48 kilograms. I want to comment that and see if I get anybody that like corrects me or disagrees with me and what their reasoning is. I'm just going to type 48. 48 kg. I've been scrolling through Twitter for like almost 2 hours. Almost 2 hours now, I think. I gotta stop turning away from the mic in the middle of talking. I really struggle to like sit in one place. That's the worst part about streaming. Is I have to like stay with my face just locked next to the mic. I don't have a good enough mic that I can like calibrate it in a way that lets me move very far from it. I can calibrate the distance a bit and give myself a little bit of range, but like not much. If I don't want to pick up a lot of background noise, but I want to have the maximum freedom to not be stuck next to the mic, I still end up, you know, pretty much stuck next to the mic. Like I get the smallest bit of wiggle room. One of these days I'll upgrade my mic situation and that'll probably help a lot. But that day is not today and probably not this month. Probably not next month. Maybe sometime not too long after that, though, if nothing comes up. I'm beginning to suspect that all is not what it seems. Well, no shit, Sherlock. In Ohio, you need a license to fish, but not concealed carry a gun. Think about that. So let's get rid of the license to fish. Agreed. I think fishing seasons are important. So that places don't get overfished. But outside that, fishing should not be regulated. Oh, okay. Take that back. One other piece of logic. Like, you can't go fishing with dynamite, shit like that. Again, just for preservation's sake. But, yeah, I think licensing is stupid. That falls under making a right a privilege, which is supposed to be unconstitutional. But, yeah, that's a heated debate for sure. What does TIL mean? Can I Google that and find out? No. Well, apparently in Danish, it translates to the word to in English, like TO2. Like to do something. Let's capitalize it and then do like internet acronym. Yeah, internet acronym. Today I learned. Okay, yeah, that's probably what that meant. Today I learned some people have an inner monologue. I stand behind this. Everyone has an internet monologue. Internal monologue. Some people are just so like never inside their own head. Like some people are too inside their own. Some people are so not inside their own head. Some people are so overly extroverted, overly interested in the outside world, and never taken on time to self-examine. They don't realize they have an inner monologue. The inner monologue happens underneath the surface of their perception. Should I just put that in a way that's succinct and articulated. So I'm gonna say it. Do I want to make it a quote or a comment? I'll make it just a comment. Yeah, I'm gonna make it a quote. Fuck it. I am a firm believer that everyone has an internal monologue. It just happens below the surface of some people's perception. Yep. I really can't believe I've been at this for 2 fucking hours. Time really flew just hanging out on Twitter. Kind of crazy. All right, I'm going to go look at my notifications. I don't want to share my notifications on stream, though. So I'm just going to hide the browser for a second while I check this out. Okay. Just a bunch of like notifications for the most part. Don't care. Yeah. Yeah. Do be like that. Chicks just be having a ass out, bro. Which, I mean, do whatever you want, but really not trying to have it on my timeline. Goes a little too far for me personally. This is cool. Somebody that came with the idea of bouncing the ball with the tail. I feel like that was a creative idea. Imagine kudre girls had it and you'd flirt with her saying nice things. She'd say thanks with a straight face, but if she had a tail that she'd be wagging so fast and you'll notice and be like, you're so adorable and cute, then she'd start to blush and you'll get embarrassed. Oh, okay. Probably accurate for kudre. Kudre being like the silent, somewhat antisocial dead type. I love it when people pull off like the anime styles in Blender, bro. I tried to work on it myself. I made this this model I'm using right now in Blender. I do not spend enough time in Blender to actually be this good at it though. I have too many pursuits. And Blender does not get enough of my attention for me to be as good as I would like to be. Maybe one day when I get some of my other talents developed to the point that I would like them to be at, I can spend some more time working on being better with Blender. But for now, yeah, Blender, I'm just going to accept that I'm not going to be this good at Blender anytime soon. Cool shit though. BP has a very, very small model. Like her model's like literally like less than 5 feet. So this other person Amy Biso. No, it's Biso. Amy Biso has like an extremely short model apparently. The cat killed 2B. Okarun. Okarun. I try to get better at my Japanese pronunciation. No R in Japanese is pronounced like de, Okarun. 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 Like that's right. Okarun so much stronger than me. Oh, then work on your self-control, sir, because damn. Good on this man in the face of hate. Oak race baiter gets
Can I
okay.
ask you what you identify as?
Identify?
Ethnicity?
I identify as an American.
Not an African American?
Yeah, I had to work on my own merits and pretty much promote the principles I believe in, which is freedom, equality for all, which I believe that America does. And that's how I got elected into my position.
Decently.
I didn't
Not
get
perfectly,
elected
but
into
decently.
my position because of the color of my skin or doing any race baiting stuff that it seems like you're promoting here.
I'm promoting race baiting? No, I think you're promoting privilege, tokenism.
I didn't come from a privileged background.
Oh, really?
I grew up in St. Louis County where my mother
Where did you
was
grow
young.
up at? Tell me
Over-
that.
She just said that.
Is where I grew up in Overland. Wasn't a privileged family at all. My father passed when I was 12. My mom raised me and two of my other brothers. She was lower income. I had to work my butt off to get where I am today. And
Congrats, dude. Congrats. Not easy to do.
Can I ask you what you identify?
See, this outfit probably has too much ass showing it too, but I don't have to see it right now. Like this is like for me, this is like the top amount of like the most amount of sexualization. Like anything more than this is a little too much for me in terms of like casually seen. Even this is, like I said, it's like very close to the edge. Probably the backside of it crosses the boundary for me. Again, which is not like you can do whatever you want. I'm not telling anybody how to live their life, but I'm just saying, like, in terms of what I want to see personally, far right in the line. I try not to engage past that point. If the appreciating value of your property has resulted in too high of a property tax burden, maybe it's time to sell up, realize those gains, and move into a smaller house. What? If you can't afford the tax on the house, you should sell the house. It's not going to realize gains. Okay, so you get a mortgage out on a house. You make payments on the mortgage. The value of the house appreciates over time as long as it's being taken care of. Eventually, taxes get so bad on the house because of the appreciated value. Your income has not kept up with this, so you can no longer afford to pay the property tax. So you sell the house, and then you use the money from selling the house to pay off the mortgage, and then you keep what's left over, right? And that's supposed to be realized gains. But then when you go to buy your next house, because all the houses in the country are now worth more, and your income clearly does not match that increase, you now have to buy a worse home than what you were able to buy in the past, spending that realized gain on the down payment for your new house that is a shittier house. So you're not cashing out here. You're just downgrading. Like any quote unquote realized gains for the most part is going to go into the down payment on a worse house. And then if you do still have something left over, like what are you going to do with that money? Like reasonably, that you could reasonably expect an average person to do. you know, depending on your financial literacy, like, you know, maybe you can come up with a way to invest that extra money, and then, you know, maybe that ends up doing something good for you. But like, it's just not a realistic way to think about, you know, the reality of the average person to call this a positive situation, even in the best light. Just ridiculous. This person is suggesting that we should tax people out of their own homes. Yeah, that's pretty much what he's suggesting. That is insane. What a hater, bro. They're saying that it's good that a dog died. People should be happy about that because PewDiePie's dog. Like, what a hater, dude. Jesus. Okay, that's a W. You can rewind and zoom in and out in the middle of a live stream. I don't know why that's not been a thing way before now. What benefit? Oh, yeah, so this is, I responded to this post earlier, and then this person's got a take on it. Says, isn't marriage supposed to be something you both want because you love each other and want to spend the rest of your lives together? If you break social institutions down to brute utilitarian calculus, pretty soon you dissolve society into nothing. People aren't a shopping mall. W take. Which year are the best 90s movies? I don't even see like very many of these being good movies. Batman Returns was a really good B grade movie. So really good, but B grade. Really good for B grade. Home Alone 2, overrated. Not that it was bad, but overrated for sure. Three Ninjas, very niche, but actually, and it's good trash. Very niche, good trash. It's one of those movies that's like super low budget, and this story is not actually all that great, but it was so well executed cinematically that it's actually good. Hocus Pocus is a fucking damn, you know, Halloween classic, son. The Sandlot, Mrs. Doubtfire. Okay, so 93 might be the winner here. Pulp Fiction is a fantastic movie. Forrest Gump is maybe a little overrated, but still a very good movie. Street Fighter movie's not that good. Ace Ventura is trash. I don't even know what Above the Rim is. Friday's a fucking great movie. Mortal Kombat is overrated. I don't know what Kids is. Clueless is Billy Madison. I mean, it's an Adam Sandler early movie. It's actually good, but like it's at the same time. Yeah. I don't know how to describe how I feel about Billy Madison, to be honest. Fear, Scream, Matilda, Space Jam, Flipper. Flipper was good, Space Jam was good, and Matilda was good. Scream was stupid funny. Was one of the first good stupid funny movies in my opinion. So 96 is a pretty good one. 96 and 93 are the two contenders right now. Spawn's a good movie. That's it. Rush Hour, Small Soldiers, The Parent Trap, The Faculty, and Blade. Okay, so I don't remember The Faculty. Parent Trap was kind of good. Small Soldiers was fucking iconic. Rush Hour is iconic. Blade is fucking like iconic. 98's a big contender. 98 might be the real winner here. American Pie, Mummy, Toy Story 2, Green Mile. Oh shit, 99's hot too, man. American Pie, like, almost defined a generation, dude. Like, as stupid of a movie it is, like, it really had a huge cultural impact. The Mummy was a great movie. Toy Story 2 was probably the best Toy Story movie. I don't know what Life is. Maybe I'll remember it if I Google it. I feel like I should know what Life is. Life movie. What? I got a 2017 film. What about 1999? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's a great fucking movie. Yeah, that's the one with Eddie Murphy and what's his face? Dude, what is the other guy's name? What is the other guy's name, bro? Martin Lawrence. That's it. Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence were in that movie. Where they were like fucking prisoners or whatever. They're serving a lifetime sentence. Dude, it was a great movie. I don't actually remember it all that well, to be honest, but I should rewatch that soon. Great movie though. So I mean, that's okay. 99 is the clear winner, man. American Pie was so culturally impactful. The Mummy was a great movie. Toy Story 2 was the best of the Toy Story series. Life was a great movie. The Green Mile was a cinematic masterpiece. And a very, like, heart-touching story. I'm going 99. As insanely good as Pulp Fiction and Forrest Gump were, in terms of story writing, I feel like the execution's actually left a bit lacking. And Forrest Gump is actually a little overrated. I said, then so you have like 93 and 96 to look at, and then there's 98. I'm gonna have to say 99, man. We're gonna go 99. I'm just gonna straight steal this copy image. I don't want to like add his take. If I quote retweet here, I add his take, which is 94. I don't want his take have anything to do with my post. Not that it's a horrible take or anything. It's just like that's not what I'm trying to do here. I do want to share this though, and I want to say has to be 99. I think the syntax here is that you do it like that. Post. I did not plan to doom scroll Twitter as a way to run this stream today, and I don't know if anyone likes the fact that I'm doing that or would like the fact that I'm doing that, but it is what I'm doing today, apparently, and I'm enjoying it. And because I don't have any idea what I'm doing when it comes to streaming, like I don't know how to be a good streamer, I really do like to mostly just focus on doing whatever it is I enjoy doing, whatever lets me have a good time and not feel like I'm struggling the entire time I'm streaming to make content. So it's what I'm going to do. Like I said, I'm going to sit here and enjoy myself. This is working out in terms of my enjoyment. It might be a trash stream. It might be a great stream. I have no idea in that regard, but I am having a good time. And maybe somebody's will see this and enjoy it. It'd be great if they did. But either way, it's what I'm doing until somebody gives me some guidance to some reason why I shouldn't, or some guidance of what I could do better that I would both still enjoy and would make better content. Till something like that happens, We just winging it, and we're gonna do whatever we enjoy, and this is what I'm enjoying right now. Okay, let's see if there's anything of substance in this, or if it's just the same slop that I see surrounding this conversation. Because this is the conversation that I think has potential depth to it, but that I don't see engaged at a level of any depth, like anytime the topic gets brought up, pretty much ever.
Seen someone with dead eyes. I need your thoughts and opinions on this, but here's what Robert Greene said.
Deep narcissists have dead eyes. They almost can't help it. They can fake the smile, they can fake everything else.
I gotta increase the volume here.
But the eyes, you have to be able to read it, because you say, well, what are dead eyes? You'll know it when you see it. They're like looking through you. They're not looking at you. They're looking through you. What can I get of you? You're what they call a self-object. They're an object for you to use. And that's how they're looking at you, like they would look at a hammer.
Okay, now obviously he's talking about dead eyes within context of like narcissists, because I think a lot of different groups are grouped into what dead eyes are. The ones that this is referring to can also sometimes be called shark eyes. I understand there's different eye shapes.
Predatory eyes.
I understand there's groups who don't make a lot of eye contact, or people that like to disassociate. I understand that there's trauma that can be associated with eyes. None of those things mean that these people are narcissists. What's fascinating to me is when you take in the dark tetrad of personality types. Psychopaths, sadists, narcissists, Machiavellians. They can mask most things, but they cannot mask their eyes all the time. And when you've seen the dead eyes I'm talking about, you know it. But anytime I talk about eyes that creep me out, this one comes to mind.
Oh, yeah.
Yo,
Now,
for real though.
Thank you, Lord. Help me. Let me pray.
Do you really believe that human beings?
This guy is literally the epitome of the like corrupt, predatory, religious figure, like pastor, preacher, pope, bishop, whatever, you know, the big religious cleric, whatever term you want to use. Yeah, that whole archetype of the corrupt, that this guy is the epitome of that, like in our lifetime. It is crazy. Like he just oozes evil, and the fact that his charisma is able to enrapture and hypnotize people into not seeing the blatant evil he's oozing is one of the most fascinating things about human beings. The fact that can happen, does happen, and is happening.
Are demons.
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did. We wrestle not with
That
flesh
smile, dude.
So, have you seen dead eyes? Do you believe this? Or is Robert Greene making broad over generalizations?
I think that it's harder to read than people give it credit for in terms of the whole dead eyes thing. Like, I can see how it's easily overlooked. Some people really just can't notice it. And I believe some people project a little too much. Like they think they're noticing something and they're not. They think they're better at reading people than they are or whatever. But yeah, I think it's real. I think you can get certain things about somebody's nature present themselves to you when you look them in the eyes, if you're paying attention. Absolutely. It's about as far as I'm willing to go with that.
Have you ever seen...
I think to speak about that topic any more publicly would be to invite a bunch of conversation that I don't care to have. Jesus is back on the spaceship. Okay. Or acute. Oh, it's T. Yeah, cutie pie. I knew it had to say cutie pie, but I was like, what is a coffee? It's tea. I forgot that some people drink hot tea. That's such a weird thing to me. Stupid shit post. I like it though. This rigging looks interesting. I'm gonna bookmark this. I'm gonna check this out later. Because I'm working on it in a very, 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 very slow fashion. Like, it gets like maybe a few hours of my time every week. But I have been working on a video game for a couple of years now. I have too many projects, to be honest. I really need to focus on one thing. That's what I've been trying to do lately. That's why I've been streaming more lately. Streaming is something I really enjoy, even though I'm probably not all that good at it. I do enjoy doing it. Maybe if I do it more consistently, I'll get better at it. So I've been trying to do so. Yeah, I've got to get more focused. I'm too sporadic and too diverse with my my interests. I'm doing too many things. Nothing is getting enough attention to actually improve at it. I got really good at Blender a while back, like really good in terms of like being a complete amateur. Like having started with like no 3D modeling experience of any kind, I got really far with it in a relatively short period of time, like over the course of like 3-4 months. And it was like because I was singularly focused on it for a while for those like 3-4 months. And then I haven't much improved with it since, even though I have put quite a few more hours into it just because it's become part of my other eclectic grouping of things that I do. I do really want to be better at it, but I really think I want to focus on the streaming thing. There's only so many things you can focus on at time. I got to do my work. I think I could probably only focus on 1 or 2 things and actually be able to make progress, real progress over any reasonable amount of time. But right now, I think those 2 things are video editing and streaming because they kind of go hand in hand. And then if I get good at them enough that I feel like it's okay for me to not improve for a while, then I'll go work on one of the other things that I'm interested in. I feel like that's a good game plan. At least I hope it is. That's probably what I'm going to do. Okay, I did bookmark it. France and Britain are responsible for all the evil in Africa. It means it depends on what you mean by responsible. Like, are they the sole reason why and nobody in Africa is to blame at all? No, absolutely not. Are they perhaps the root cause of the particular type of evil that is most prevalent in Africa? Probably. I wonder if there's any actual interesting responses here, if it's going to be the slop that I expect their comment section to be on this, something like this. Yeah, that's slop response. Okay, yeah, it's just the same racist slop that I expected. 20%, you mean, should be percent as one word. This would be like $20 per cent, like change, dimes, pennies. Yeah, it's big. 20 something made per cent. Per cent spent, per penny spent on something, 20 of something is produced. That's what this would actually mean. You need percent to be one word if you want to use it the way that you're clearly trying to right now. Of male fish tested in English rivers are now transgender or intersex with both female and male characteristics due to chemicals flushed from UK households. Okay, that would make them transgender. Because trans is like you change. Like being a hermaphrodite, you know, you're born with multiple genitalia, would be being a hermaphrodite. Transgender and hermaphroditism? Being a hermaphrodite and being transgender are 2 different things. Very related concepts, but 2 different things. And I'm doubting that what they mean here is that they like grew up as female fish and then developed male genitalia later on. That's what it would have to mean to be transgender. Let's see if there's any more context here. Return of the Frog's gay. Yeah, I'm not going to find enough information and the amount of time that I'm willing to give that topic to be worth giving that topic anytime. People shit on it, but not going to lie, I respect how insane of a take on Pac-Man this is. What? What does this have to do with Pac-Man? I don't even know what this is, so I mean, might be why I don't understand how this has anything to do with Pac-Man, but get slapped aside. Is this gonna like be a Hulk beats up Loki moment? That's what this looks like. Well, he survived. I don't feel like
I know.
a humanoid that size would have survived. Okay, well, that's... What? What are we doing here? See how the gold orbs looks like Pac-Man, but like nothing else in here has anything to do with Pac-Man, and like none of the gold orbs behavior so far looks Pac-Man-ish, other than like it opened in a Pac-Man way. Yeah. There's gotta be more here to relate to Pac-Man for this to be an actual take on Pac-Man. Let's see where it goes with it, but I'm pressing X to that right now.
Escape the maze. What's happening?
Okay, well, escaping a maze is a thing that's Pac-Man related. I'll give them that.
Devour. No! Stop! We'll escape. Devour. No!
There's strength in repetition. There's strength in repetition. There's strength in repetition. There's strength in repetition.
You have to be a humanoid to leave. And the orb isn't a humanoid. Okay, I can see how maybe that's a Pac-Man take. They really ran with it in a very, like, loosely connected way at that point, but it was sick. That's a sick video, dude. What are the comments in this one say? It's based on Shadow Labyrinth, but they used a bit of a tweak to make the Pac-Man tie-in just to get more attention. Okay, well that makes it make a lot more sense. Thanks for the context. Yeah, there's some real storytelling here that is interesting. And the animation is pretty good, pretty well done overall. I like it. Let me give this a repost. Dude, no way. Dude, I would be terrified to be in this position. Because there's no way you can get out of Oh my god. Okay, it's funny. There's no way you can get out of that, bro. Like somebody has to pull you out of that. Autism hotspot analysis. I don't know what to make of this. I don't even know what this is like. Is it percentage of the population? Because it says 99% confidence. Like it is it in the rate of autism diagnosis? Is the percentage of population that's autistic? Like I don't know exactly what this really is referencing. Like this could mean multiple similar but very different things. Is there any more context? Okay, hold up. Hotspot analysis for the estimated proportion of children with ASD, county level, 2016 to 2018. Statistically significant clusters of high ASD rates, hotspots, are shown in orange and red. Significant clusters of low ASD rates, cold spots, are shown in shades of blue. Darker colors indicate greater certainty. The south, so dark colors indicate certainty. So how reliable the information is. And then it's rates of ASD in children of the population between 2016 and 2018 at the county level. So we don't really care so much about the lighter shades. I mean, all 90% plus confidence. Okay, so we don't really care about whether it's shade or not. Blue and red are all we care about. Shade doesn't really matter that much here. Then we're going to say we have really low autism rates in like the quote unquote Midwest. And then in like, what is that, Northern California? Like Northern California. And you have really high rates in like pretty much the entirety of the East Coast. This is interesting. I'd have to spend a while thinking about this to decide how I feel about like what I can extrapolate from this information. It's interesting though. I mean, I'll bookmark this and look at it later. Think about it more. These guys like are trying to talk about what it actually correlates with. First, beings and lab get to share is the resulting Nobel Prize in medicine. In terms of pattern recognition, but remember, beings is not the only dog with a map collection. What? I don't even know what they were really trying to say there. Okay, this is a really this is a real reach, especially since apparently you have high train activity over in Northern California, and that was a specific cold spot. So yeah, I don't know about that. There's also all this density train density over here in the northwestern, the orange color, and or not western, northeastern area. That doesn't have much correlation with the actual map. Yeah. There was like a central spot of red there, but not nearly as large as the area that the orange train area covered. And then there's also blue that's part of that orange train area. Yeah, that's a reach that definitely doesn't pan out. Ooh, ChatGPT has a take. This map shows the optimized hotspot analysis of autism spectrum disorder prevalence across counties, not countries, in the United States. Here is an analysis of patterns observed and potential overlaps with other data. Commonalities of hotspot regions, higher autism prevalence, geographic distribution. Hotspots are concentrated in the northeastern United States, parts of the southeast, and California's southwest regions. These areas tend to be urbanized or suburban regions with higher population densities. It is true that these are higher population densities, but is northern California? I think maybe most of the urbanized California is Southern California. Let's pull up a California population density map. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, population per square mile. Yeah, the northern. Let's go back and look at the. Okay. See, there doesn't seem to be a strong correlation. Maybe we need to get a side by side here. Hold on, watch this. Copy image. I got y'all. We're gonna put these side by side. Okay, that should work. Boop, boop, boop. Just need. Okay, then. Wait, did that actually? Hold on. Okay, I see what that was doing. Yeah, I won't even bother trying to explain why that does that. But anyway, we can import an image. Into our OBS. Okay. So we can take this. Scale it down a bit. I'm going to overlap my face for a little while. Then can we zoom in on this image? No. We cannot do it that way. But what we can do is open image a new tab. And we should be able to. Okay. Here we go. So now we can see them side by side. Yeah, see this blue area has serious overlap with density in, it's like you see this red here is some significant population density in like the middle-ish area of California. I think it's like where San Francisco is. I don't really know California's layout all that well, but anyway, we know that's a high population density where these red dots are, like this, the really strong red here. Around this like lake or whatever, right? And it's like next to this little hump. Right where that's at, pretty much, we have strong blue. So that's anti-population density finding right there. I was trying to see if there's like any hidden red dots in that, but no. The blue is just straight up blue where there is red. And then there is a strong red on red combination in the south end. California seems to disprove the population density theory from the looks of it. But then again, it kind of holds true pretty much everywhere else. I think only the northern end of Texas is population dense. And Texas is sitting here. Okay, well, yeah, Texas is blue in the north. Yeah, I don't think population density is quite cutting it. The eastern United States is the most population dense area, so I see why that would be the immediate thought. Like the East Coast, like you have, you know, Virginia, like Baltimore, New York, Washington D.C., a lot of like major, like of our biggest cities are here on the East Coast. We have a lot of population density on the East Coast. So I can, and a lot of the red is over here on the East Coast. So I can see why the idea comes up, but we have areas that seem to disprove this elsewhere on the map. I think it doesn't quite add up. Okay, well, whatever. Sorry, in Northeast United States, parts of Southeast and California, Southeast region, which seem to be urbanized and suburban regions with higher population densities, regions with access to advanced healthcare systems, educational resources, and diagnostic services. That's probably true. There probably is a strong correlation of access to those types of things. You also have a much higher degree of liberalism in these areas as compared to like Texas, and a lot of this Midwest area is more conservative. But then you have like South Carolina is a notably pretty conservative state, and South Carolina's got a good amount of this red in it. I don't know if ChatGPT's take here is very good. Yeah, I don't see the argument being strong enough here. I don't know. That's all the time I want to spend on that. Try a little bit more time than I really should have spent on that. I was hoping to find a more definitive correlation, but we did not get that definitive correlation, and we're moving on. Random act of whiteness? Okay, dude. You know, for that comment, you're going back on the mute list. I've muted you once time before. We're going to mute you again. When you and bro are so cooked on zombies and he says, don't revive me, just run. It'd be like that. This shit is stupid. Justice is served. Oh, okay, cool. Because I saw, he made a post about this before, talking about how it's ridiculous that she like exposed herself to this old man that probably didn't care to have this happen, which, I mean, I really do believe, like, you should be able to dress pretty much however you want. Like, this pushes the lines pretty heavily for me. Especially if there's children around. At the same time, I think the fact that we as a culture and treat nudity as inherently sexual is a bit ridiculous. Like, you have nude beaches in other countries and nobody gets weird about that shit. Yeah, I'm very much on the fence of like how I feel with this kind of situation. But the fact that he was being filmed, this is they were purposely trying to farm him for content in real life. That I think that's just very obviously wrong. So I think she was in the wrong for this behavior. What she's wearing, I don't know. What she's doing here, obviously wrong in my opinion. And Joey Swole said something along those lines of like, leave this man alone. And he said that she should probably get in trouble for this behavior. And apparently there's an update to that situation.
Just want to give an update to this video from the other day where this woman was going around exposing herself to people on the train, posting it on social media so she could sell more subscriptions to her exclusive content. Well, thanks to my video and one of my incredible followers, the British Transport Police is now investigating her, and she will face the consequences. I also want to address that I've been getting some comments from people like this saying that I shouldn't post these.
Hold on. What's the comment say? We get it, Joey. Stop platforming these 304. Okay, 304s is red pills speak for hose. Because if you flip it upside down, it spells hoe. Like a 4 when that doesn't close at the top, and it's like a more traditional 4. Like it's it looks like an H anyway. A 4 can look like an H. So you flip it upside, it's H-O, and then 3 looks like an E when you put it backwards. It's red pill speak for hoe. I learned this recently. So I started seeing this 304 shit recently, and I was like, what the fuck is that? I had to look into it, and I found it's red pill speak for hoe. So stop platforming these hoes. That's what that says. I agree with that. He should at least block their name. Now, maybe to the blocking the name thing. Because I know, like, when you see, when people, some content creators are like, when they cover trolls, like Twitter trolls and whatnot, they will typically block the name of the person just so that they can't farm extra attention off of it, off the exposure. But I think it's also possible that putting the name out there gets them and I don't think necessarily giving somebody negative attention is either a good thing either. Like, having people harass somebody isn't going to do anything good. I really can't see how giving them attention works out positively. So I think, yeah, maybe blocking the name is the right way. What's this guy's response? No, absolutely not. They need to be called out and held accountable. Remember the video the other day, the woman exposing herself on the train and doing it for months? Well, now British Transport Police is investigating her. I've had many of these hoes removed from gyms and banned from others, posts taken down, legal action taken against them, and some even had their entire accounts deleted. So I will not stop because we are making a difference. See, but you can report them without putting their names in your post. Like, you can report them on Twitter. You can, you know, as he did, contact British, you know, official, I guess, public transportation organization. Like, you can do all those things, which are the things that are probably causing making the difference, without exposing the person's name when you make the actual post online, calling them out. And I think that's the source of most of the difference he's talking about making with this.
Or give them attention, or I should blur out their names. First off, if you're somebody that goes to their page and supports them or subscribes to their exclusive content, you're part of the problem. Secondly, they need to be held accountable. Since doing these, I've had people removed from the gym, I've had posts taken down, accounts have been banned, legal action has been taken, and most importantly, the people that are victims or being bullied and used in these videos, they've reached out to me and thanked me for what I do, including one young man that was a father of 2 beautiful girls. I was able to help him get his job back. So what we're doing on this page, it helps. We are making a difference. So thank you to everyone. Have an amazing week, everybody.
I generally like what Joey Swoll stands for and what he does, but I don't know if I agree with this. Let me see, make a comment and see if I get a response about it. So, does showing their names in the post significantly add to the accountability, or does most of that accountability come from reporting them to authorities? Because if it's the second thing, then you should probably blare their names and deny them the attention while still reporting them. Also, I'm not going to add that in this my other point of the take into this post, but there's also the factor of I don't know if I agree with having somebody's account banned. I don't think somebody's account should be banned unless they're doing something that's expressly illegal, or they're harassing people online, which should probably become illegal. I don't know how about that one though. That's a slippery slope, maybe. Anyway, yeah, I'm generally against banning people's ability to operate online, just as a matter of principle. Again, unless they're doing something that's actually illegal. Because I'm really pro free speech. I think it helps more than it hurts to stand with free speech. Yeah, I'm a bit iffy on the whole banning thing, but yeah, like definitely like a lot. Seeing how he's got like a bunch of just like nuisances in the gym, thrown out of the gym, and banned from public gyms, and that's a good thing for sure. I don't see any way in which that's wrong. Yeah. That's my 2 cents on that one. I see this Quirrell post not... Okay, dude. Nature is Amazing's also about to catch a mute. I keep seeing them recycle shit. And I hate seeing people recycle posts over and over again. I'm gonna let this go for now, but I'm getting kind of tired of the recycled posts out of that account. This is kind of cool. I like, so this one's not necessarily all that creative. Like, they literally are just stepping on snow. Like, they made some slush and stepped on it. I like it when it's really creative, like when what they're doing with the recording on the microphone is nothing like what's happening in the scene, but it produces the right noise. That's when it's really interesting to me. When they're literally just doing the same thing that's happening on the screen to reproduce the noise. I mean, that's, probably often the right way to do things in terms of like, how do you get the job done? But it's a lot less interesting than when they're doing something a little more creative. Okay, well, this is crazy. I'm gonna look into this in a second, but I gotta BRB real fast. I gotta use the bathroom. And I'm back. Okay. Before we jump into this video, I'm gonna check my notifications again so I can get that stupid notification symbol to stop bugging me, because it really, like, my brain has been trained to pay attention and it's distracting me. So I'm gonna deal with that. I don't want to look at it on stream though. So we're just gonna 20 seconds to get this out of the way. Oh, we have a notification that might be something we address on stream. Okay. I didn't even finish reading this. We're gonna look at this on stream. So I got a response to one of the posts I made on stream, one of the replies I made on stream. So remember earlier I said in response to this, where it says, "What stopped me from dressing like this?" And the person said, "I have a job and people who care about me." And I said, "Can people not just enjoy their own aesthetic taste? Why is it such a social faux pas to have a deviating, non-conformist sense of style? Live and let live? Geez." Definitely how I feel. Somebody responded, "Because normal people gathering together to bag on someone radical tells them they're not a cookie cutter, boring follower, as all the other people backing them up are the same. I've never gotten why people celebrate being dull and conformist." I think he's agreeing with me here, because normal people gathering together to bag on someone radical tells them that they're not a cookie cutter, boring follower, as all other people backing them up are the same. I've never gotten why people... Okay. That's not... He says because normal... Okay. That makes it like... The way you start this post makes it out like you're giving me a reason why people can't just let other people have their own aesthetic tastes. But then the rest of the post is just agreeing with me that... And also, like, I don't think being conformist to a certain extent makes you boring. Like, you can like the same, you can be quote unquote normal. You can have the same aesthetic sensibilities as the majority of the population, and it doesn't make you boring. You don't have to be different to be interesting. You can actually be interesting and be like most people. and interesting in the you can be interesting in the specific way that you're like everyone else. You really can. And there's nothing wrong with being normal. My point was simply that there is something wrong with judging somebody for not being normal, as long as that way that they're not normal is not something that is bad inherently. Like, if you're a murderer, you're not a normal person. Most people aren't murderers. But you're not bad because you're not normal. You're bad because murdering is bad. So I'm going to actually respond to this and say, I don't think that normal necessarily means boring. I don't believe normal people should be judged for being normal any more than abnormal people should be judged for being different. Like I said, live and let live. Yeah. All right, I gotta finish with this notification situation. So sometimes I like videos, no shit, just to see, because I think they'll probably be community noted and proven wrong or misleading in some way, and I'll like them just so that I get a notification when they get community noted, and that happened. Oh. It would have been a good post too if they had just been honest about it being edited. Like, it's a funny edit that actually makes some good points. Just don't try to pass it off as the real deal. I'm not going to give it attention though. Also, my shit got reset, so now we can't watch that video. I have a add-on on my web browser that makes any tab that I don't have focused for more than 5 minutes get suspended. So then when I come back to it, the page has to be reloaded. And that's useful for saving RAM and whatnot. And I can easily make it tell the add-on, hey, don't suspend this tab. I don't want this tab suspended. But I have to remember to do that. Didn't remember to do that. And now the Twitter page we were scrolling has been reset, and we're back to the top. What is there audio with this? That's the only reason I would be interested in that. There's audio, there's not. What is a D&D pin that will have people hate you? The humanization of races has ruined D&D for all the coming generations. Orcs were orcs when they were brutalist. Now they're just slightly different humans. It's boring, safe, and friendly. Fantasy should be grounded and honest. Tell real stories, you cowards. Agreed. Agree. 100%. If I had 5 minutes with this shark, what would I do? I would be borderline mean, to be honest. Not because I want to be mean, but because I would very aggressively prod to find out if I can get her to spill the beans on whether or not she is Senzawa. Because I feel like Gura is absolutely Senzawa, and I would want a definitive answer. And that's what I would do, is try to push to get that answer. I think Gura's a mature and strong enough individual that She could handle being pressured a little bit, and it wouldn't be that bad of a thing to do. And I would try to pressure her into giving me the answer. For sure. I really want to know, bro. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I'm not certain enough, and I want to know for sure. Is she or is she not Senzawa? Alright. This is a good prompt, though. Let's see what other people say. This is... I don't like people that do this. There's a real person involved here. Could you not? Show appreciation is a good response. Again, show appreciation is a good response. A lot of people just want to show appreciation. I stand behind that. That's a good thing to do. But like what? Give me an example. What questions? See, now this guy's got a specific question. What did she do in Power Wash Sim? That would be my question. And if she answers it, I would not share the question with anyone else. Keep them guessing. Okay, fair. Squish that fat tail, analyze its girth, its length, lick it, and then head pat her and tell what okay, chill, dude. Okay, this is getting too weird for me. VTuber fans are too weird sometimes, bro. I love you guys, but also chill. I am a VTuber fan as well. That's why I have a VTuber model. But holy fuck. We're in our 3rd hour now, I think, of doom scrolling Twitter. Crazy. I haven't even touched on any of the videos I meant to look at today. Okay, hold on. I'll hide my browser while I go through my tabs real fast and find my videos. See if I really want to go ahead and derail to videos. Kind of maybe do. Because there's 2 videos that I did really want to check out today. I had multiple, like quite a few, bit more than 2, but like 2 that I really wanted to go over. Decisions. I think we're gonna go ahead and swap on over to checking out a video. I think that is what we're gonna do. I think that is what we're gonna do, boys. Ta-da! This video. Abin Preach. Been doing a lot of them lately. Abin Preach and Asmongold have been getting quite a bit of my views lately. And they're about to get Abin Preach about to get another one because we're gonna watch their response to the girl who had sex with 100 dudes. Because I bet they'll have a pretty good take. And if not, even if it's not a good take per se, it'll be a funny one. I'm sure. as long as they don't get too memey. To be perfectly blunt, Abba gets a little annoying when he gets too memey. Other than that, though, it do be good. I gotta decide real quick. If I want, yeah, okay, we're just gonna go ahead and roll with this. I'm loving it. Okay. And you know what else we're gonna do? We're gonna full screen this video. I made a new button just today for this purpose. I hope this transition works the way I want it to. Watch this. Here we go. Oh shit, yeah, boy. That's what's up. I like that it does that now. I just press that button and it full screens it. I don't have to play with the size and like drag and drop. Nope, just press the button. All right. Yeah, let's just dive right in, boys. See what they got to say. Unmute this.
So on Saturday, I got run through by 101 guys.
Apparently, there's an extra one that I never heard about. And then also, she literally herself described it as being ran through. That's kind of wild.
Now, I've had a lot of backlash so far about it. And I've seen some of the videos and I see your side. Like, I am not trying to encourage other girls to be doing that, like if they don't want to and feel like they have to do that. I'm just a girl trying to enjoy myself, trying to have fun, trying to make some content for you all, you know.
Another scenario, by the way, where I would say I support your right to do whatever the fuck you want to do. Highly would not recommend that particular choice, though.
Trying to get my bag, like, this is fun to me, this is what I enjoy, no one is forcing me to do this, and I feel like we're going back in time to where women are getting shamed for being a sluzzer, when I thought that's what we were trying to get away from.
Okay, well, hold the fucking phone. Hold up. I'm not saying there's nobody shaming this chick. There are a good few, but like, there's a minority of people that are shaming you, for one. Second of all, I think that the sexual liberation movement has gone too far. I think we don't address nearly enough how much how damaging it can be to treat sex in an overly casual way. Again, I don't think there should be laws against consensual sex of any kind. I don't think it's the place of law to address that. I think culturally it is a good idea to be like, hey, maybe treat sex a little more sacred. I think that's a good idea. I think it's a good cultural value. So the fact that some people are showing, you know, support of that cultural value is not the same thing as shaming you. Some people are shaming for sure, but again, I think that's a somewhat loud minority of people. So yeah, put that out there. And then also, like they're referencing, like they're probably about to bring up, you look upset about the situation your own self in this video that this is a screenshot from. And the title on here, Lily Phillips gets emotional as she speaks about sleeping with 100 men in one day. In my head, I can think of 10 guys I remember. I don't know if that's that. I would have picked a different quote because she says at one point, she says something along the lines of it was way more intense than I expected it to be. And like that's when she says that is when like her eyes tear up the most in the entire video. And I think that would have made a much better quote in terms of like talking about like the negative aspect of this, because we should be realistic about the negative side. Like, being realistic about potential negative impacts of a decision like this is not shaming. It's just having an honest conversation and allowing, you know, potentially impressionable women that see this, and guys too. But I mean, she's a woman, so we're specifically kind of more talking about women at the moment. But yeah, impressionable people that see this can make a more informed decision about whether or not they want to engage in this behavior. If we don't talk about the negative aspects, potential negative downsides to a choice like this, then you're not allowing people to make an informed decision about whether or not they'll choose to engage in this behavior. So you have to have an honest discussion, and you have to be allowed to share your opinions on something, and it's not shaming you for somebody to have a negative opinion about your decision. Yeah, I think that's just an important point to hold on to there.
I think sometimes like feeling so like robotic, like by the 30th, you know, like when we're getting on a bit, I've got like a routine of like how we're gonna do this, and like it just sometimes you'd like disassociate and be like, you know, like it's not like normal at all. In my head right now, I can think of like 5, 6 guys, 10 guys that I remember, and that's it. But it's just, I don't know, it's just weird, isn't it? Like, if I didn't have the videos, I wouldn't have known I've done 100, you know?
You watched them back? Yeah, damn, sorry. My bad.
If I didn't have the videos, I wouldn't have known I've done 100, you know? I think that was kind of the hard part, is like conversing with them, and like when they'd kind of be like, oh, like we've only had 2 minutes or 3 minutes and you said 5 on the message.
Did someone say that to you?
Yeah. And obviously it just makes me feel so bad.
Do you think you should feel bad about that?
I guess when you've promised something to people who support you, it's kind of hard to let them down.
Yeah, that's a rough situation, because I kind of agree. Like, you made a bit of a promise, I guess, but also like sex is something so intimate that like you can't understate how much like consent can be withdrawn at any point in time, and you're in your right to do that if you become uncomfortable with the situation. Which just, I mean, to me, it just adds to the whole thing of like, you probably shouldn't treat sex so casually, bro.
When what you promise to people is your coochie, I think it's okay to let them down.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it too.
I mean, it's not like you promised them candies. Yeah, no.
So that was for a movie?
What was?
The 100 Guys.
For a prawn movie that she does. Yeah, like she does OF.
Yeah.
OnlyFans. And so she did a thing where it's like 100 guys. Many of them are her subscribers. So they all rolled through. You never seen this?
Making this documentary.
Hold up. Maybe I can find the video.
I feel like Preach really doesn't like have much, doesn't spend hardly any of his life online. Like he's not very plugged into what's trending online, because anybody that's paying any attention to like what's trending online would have seen this. Like this is very, what's the word? Vogue in the zeitgeist right now.
For you.
No, I'm good. I am actually good. I'm good. I don't want to see it.
There you go.
No, I'm cool.
And Bonnie has got countless guys lined up, ready to us.
There was another girl
kills me
involved?
about this whole story. Just imagine being one of the 100 guys who are just sitting there staring at each other like.
I said I don't want to be the third guy. The 100 guy?
No, it's just
1,000.
It doesn't matter. You're just standing in line. You guys know like all these dudes and dudes gonna be in there. Like if you think about it, by the end of it, you're probably making more contact with penis than you are with anything else, because that's gonna be chafing. Hell, all their sweat and body odor is gonna be up in that bitch. They're dead.
And if any one of them has an STD and they go before you, you now probably about to have that STD. How well were these 100 people vetted, bro? Ugh.
Dead cells just. Ugh. Ugh.
Oh, how many shoes are you guys counting? Wait. Whoa, these are all the guys. There's more in there as well.
So, yo, I was.
Yeah, clear.
I was I was feeling bad because I thought it was some kind of movie producer that put her in that predicament and said you got to do this and that and whatever and the third. And then she came up on the scene and it's like, oh, I gotta do how many? Yeah, 100. Oh shit. And then she was bound by a contract. But it's not that. It's her OnlyFans.
Yeah, it's her idea.
She decided to do that.
Mm-hmm.
What a bad idea.
Mm-hmm. I mean, depends on what you're looking for. It gave her a lot of publicity. She made a lot more money.
I guess. But now she's crying because it's fucked up.
And now she can cry into a golden pillow. Now, you might not say that's worth it, but for some people, they would.
I guess I'd have to ask her.
Yeah, I would be interested to hear back from her in 10 years and see how she feels about it. I think right now she still thinks it was a good idea. And I think their feeling is probably mostly almost entirely financially motivated. But I also suspect, and I don't know this person. I suspect that she's really trying her best to convince herself of that and doesn't really believe it deep down. I think deep down she would say it was not worth it. And after she's had 10 years to like mature and get some distance from the situation and then reflect on it, yeah, I'd be interested to see what her thoughts are at that point. Again, I'm not an authority. I don't know, but I suspect that this is kind of like to go to this extreme is kind of damaging to the soul. I feel like it probably is. But again, it is her right to go on that venture if that's what she wants to do.
You know what I mean?
Oh, you don't have to guess. So apparently, she says she wants to break the record and try sleeping with 1,000 men in 24 hours. So she's doing a casting call right here. She got a little picture for it and everything for 1,000 men.
I mean, combien lui en face.
So I first heard about this when Moist Critical did a video about it, and I hadn't even heard about the 100 men yet. He was just talking about how she had set a goal to do the 1,000, and then I did the math back then, and it was something like a minute and a half, I think, per person, non-stop sex, and that's assuming you did 3 people at a time. Let's actually do the math again real fast. This is crazy. So I mean, if you go 24 hours straight, no stopping, there's the trade out. It's like you lose no time on trading the people out, which is not physically possible. You're going to lose at least a handful of seconds. But if you don't account for that to lost time and transition, and you somehow did perfect swap outs, and you take 0 breaks, you drink no water, nothing, just 24 hours of straight intercourse, doing 3 people at a time. Then you have 24 hours in a day times 60 minutes in an hour is 1,440 minutes in a day. Divided by, again, since 3 people at a time, it'd be a third of 1,000, which is 333.33. So divided by that. Okay, it's 4.5. 4 1/3. 4.32 minutes. That's 4 times 60. So 32 minutes is about 19 seconds. Almost 4 minutes, 20 seconds. 4:20, funnily enough. 4 minutes and 20 seconds per person for 24 hours nonstop.
So someone says, so there's a Reddit post that says, let's do the math. All 1,000 men would need to bust a nut in order for the record to be considered valid. Group activities allowed and up to 3 people can have bedroom fun with her at the same time. 1 for each orifice. Can't use hands, that doesn't count. The length of the bedroom activity.
And I had a question or conversation with a friend of mine about this too. And we were talking about the difference between a blowjob and a hand job and whether or not a hand job is sex. And the conclusion I came to was if you can pick up an STD from it, then it counts. And if you can't, then it doesn't. So you can't pick up an STD from a hand job. You can pick up an STD from a blowjob. And the point isn't so much that and I'm not saying STDs are a good thing or anything. I'm just saying It's for sure sex if you can pick up an STD from it. It's questionable if you can't, whether or not it counts as sex. So blowjobs count, the backdoor counts, and obviously vaginal counts. So those would be the 3 ways that you could do it. And so you could do 3 people at a time.
For each man is modeled as a Gaussian distribution with a mean of 5 minutes and a standard deviation of 90 seconds. So let's consider 2 strategies that can be employed. 333 groups of 3 are formed, plus 1 solo participant to reach 1,000. The groups form a queue, and the next group enters once all the members of the group currently...
Wait, what do you mean solo participant? 333 groups of 3 are formed. Oh, okay. So yeah, you have to do 333 groups, and then you have 1 man left over who's going to go solo. Okay. Makes sense. So you actually having to do 334 repetitions rather than dividing by 333.33 like I did. It's actually probably a smarter way to do it. You divide by 334 because it's just going to have to be the 334 repetitions. You can't get a third of a person. Anyway.
Participating have finished. This continues until all groups are finished. A single file queue is formed. Initially, 3 people enter. Anytime one of the 3 people in the current group finishes, they leave and are replaced by the person in front of the queue. This continues until all men have been exhausted. What is the probability that all 1,000 men finish within 24 hours for both strategies? I think strategy number 2 is probably better. 3 lines. Everybody uses a whole. When you're done, the person who was in that line gets the next. You do 1,000.
That would be probably the best way of handling logistics. And then, like, if one line starts to get significantly longer than the rest of the lines, or something like that happens, like, one of the lines, people just seem to be going slower, taking longer to reach completion. You just start moving people off the back of that line and into the other lines or something, and just try to. Somebody has to manage the lines and try to keep them even, but then you operate like that. That'd probably be the most logistically, the smartest way to do it in a logistic sense.
Guys, like, you have to make sure all of them bust. You know how hard that is?
The first one gonna bust. The first 3 are probably gonna bust. By the time you reach 100, I don't know.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. I think someone can actually die from this.
Someone
Absolutely.
said, hey, maybe we need to
Someone died from like a hot dog eating contest because they refused to get up and use the bathroom. Absolutely someone could die from this. It's not even a question. Like, intercourse is physically engaging, and you're talking about 24 hours of it non-stop. With your partner's not going to wear out because you have a different partner every fucking less than 5 minutes.
Fluffers. Getting said gentleman ready to deposit. This would cut down the time required for each male.
100%.
Also, based on an average of 1 teaspoon of sperm per busting of nuts.
Per load.
You're looking at 4.9 liters.
Liters, bro. Think of a 2 liter of soda, okay? Think of the size of a 2 liter of soda. So you have about 2.5 full-size soda bottles of ejaculate. That's crazy.
That's 1.3 US gallons or 8.6 UK pints.
That's a lot. That's a lot, mate.
All right, moving on.
That's a lot. That's a slippery slope.
I'm trying to be the first person to be with 1,000 guys in 24 hours. Now, this isn't an easy task, finding 1,000 people. So, women, if you can lend me your husbands for the day, that would be amazing. What? I'm trying to be the first person.
Now she's crying, she's doing all this stuff. How much do I believe? Maybe she is traumatized, maybe she's not. Maybe she's broken, maybe she's not. I don't know. A lot of these girls who do the OF stuff use rage bait or all these kinds of clickbait to kind of drive viewership, because whilst we're covering this story, whilst you guys are reacting in the Instagram posts about it or on the Reddit posts, what it also does is there's a small percentage of the people who are reading these posts who go on to subscribe to their OnlyFans.
Yeah, it does work as marketing for sure. And like from a purely financial standpoint, it's a fucking brilliant move. Absolutely. No question.
You know, OnlyFans are one of the few places where any publicity is good publicity. That's why they make fake rage bait. Well, that's why people play into the whole incest stuff where it's like, oh, well, I'm dating my cousin. What happens when mom and dad are going to find out? And everyone's in the comment, you fucking sickos. But it's two hot chicks. You don't think there's a bunch of guys who are going to subscribe to that shit? That's why, like, a lot of these stories, like there was one recently about this girl who was supposedly, you know, sleeping with her stepbrother, and they're running an OnlyFans together. Are they really stepbrothers? Of course not. They're not siblings. That's not a thing for them because these were two popular OF creators before this. But all of a sudden, this is the new in. Everybody gonna try to find a way to market themselves. So this is more of that. Maybe she is traumatized. Maybe she's not. I don't need to sit up here and tell y'all, hey guys, it's not a good idea to sleep with 100 dudes and for physical reasons, for mental reasons, for spiritual reasons. We all know this. And if you don't know this, bitch, there's no hope for you.
I don't disagree. I mean, I disagree with that. I don't agree that there's no hope for you if you don't see how there's a problem with the situation. I mean, think about the young people. Like, I mean, how many things of like spiritual and like psychological significance do you not understand when you're freaking 19 years old? A lot. Not that there's no hope for you. Just that you might be wrong about your opinion on the situation. And that's why I'm saying, like I said, we need to be having honest conversations where we talk about the positives and negatives. Because, I mean, you can't ignore that it is financially lucrative, potentially at least. That is a positive. Making money is not a bad thing. There's also clear negatives, in my opinion. And I think most people agree with it. There's clear negatives. It's a bit of a strong statement to say that if you don't see the negatives, you're beyond hope. Yeah, that's way too strong of a statement.
8 days later. I actually wanted to do an update because I had some time to think about it. And I know we didn't really discuss much beyond like the initial reaction. But there were like two things that I wanted to discuss. One was a lot of people are coming out now with the rhetoric that like, oh, maybe this is proof that the OnlyFans industry isn't this great thing that everyone made it out to be.
It's not. It's difficult. There's some difficulties in there. Of course, we're going to advertise that it's the good part, the good side of it. But keep on going.
Okay, just to give you the base. Basically, with a lot of now adult actors not going into prawn specifically, but doing their own thing themselves and being independent, people thought, you know, this is so great. People have more freedoms. They have more power. All this is very positive. And so I'm asking you, what do you think?
Well, there's going to be other problems. There's going to be some other issues that's going to arise. Yeah, you're working for your money and you're setting your prices. Where if you do those videos with a director, with an agency, everybody's getting a cut, and you're not.
Yeah, I think if you're already somebody that's in the porn industry or was already going to go into the porn industry, then OnlyFans is probably an improvement. There's still some drawbacks, like you have to do more of the work. It's harder to get the initial reach. It's more likely that you're going to make like insignificant amounts of money for the same amount of effort. And there's some downsides, but it's probably a lot more upsides than downsides if you're already going to be in porn. I think the biggest downside, though, to OnlyFans, culturally speaking, is that it's attracting a lot more people to doing porn, basically, than would have done it if we were talking about the only avenue being traditional porn. That's probably the biggest downside to OnlyFans' existence, like, for people at large.
Not really getting paid. You're being in control of what your worth is. Concur. You are your own boss. If you don't want to do something, you're not going to do something that you don't want to do. That being said, Coconuts in Barbados, it doesn't make it easy. It's not easy. There's other issues, other problems, other things that happen. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that it's an easy work and everything is fine, everything is okay. Oh my God, you're a YouTuber, you do nothing all day. I mean, I wouldn't go back to my old job, but I mean, there is still work. There's a lot of work that has to be done. There's a lot of things that have to be taken in consideration. The fact that you are your own boss and you decide, yeah, that's great. But know that not everybody is made for that job. That's for sure, for sure.
Yeah, I don't think the industry's bad. I think it's definitely an improvement on what was there before. So I mean, listen, there's less risks. There's some different risks, but there's still, I would always say overall less. You're compensated exponentially more. Well, that's for the people who do well. Some of them don't. But that was the same thing in the previous industry. So
But
that's
it
another
would
point.
have been the same thing.
And you're not.
I think in the low end, it's worse. Like, I think if you're one of the people that doesn't make much money, it's significantly worse. Because the people that weren't making much money in the porn industry before were still making above minimum wage, I'm pretty sure. Whereas the people that are making very little money doing OnlyFans are making way below minimum rate. They're like pouring in $100 a month or something like that. Some of these people are never making a dime. They're putting their content out there and, you know, making nothing. Like, run it for a year and make like $20. And then like one of the guys that spent the $5 and got the content, downloaded the content, and then uploaded it to Pornhub. And now like, you know, they're out there on the internet and they made $20 to do that. That's rough. I think on the bottom end it's worse. It's way better on the top end, and in the average middle area, like I don't know. I could see it going either way in terms of like if it's financially better or worse. I don't have enough of the information to say for sure. Yeah, I could really see it being either way.
Not like locked into some contract. If you want to walk away, you have much more flexibility to do so now. So I would say overall it's better, but it doesn't change the fact that there's like negative aspects to this that are going to follow some people. And like Preach said, a lot of people are not cut out for this work. It's like that girl who cried, who says she can't see men the same way, and that's completely like destroyed her relationship with the opposite sex, right? The OnlyFans girl, the Asian one? Yeah, she, you know, she's talking about OnlyFans and but, you know, look at her and how it fucked her up and how it messed her up because she's dealing with these dudes who pay for this kind of stuff and really subject her to really weird behavior. But I think beyond that, and this is probably the point that I think is most important, and it speaks to this story.
I think, by the way, that the case that you just brought up with the woman that was like, it damaged her relation. Like, I think I have a suspicion. It's not one of the ones that I'm like, have a strong level of certainty on. A lot of what I've brought up so far, like I feel like I have a pretty strong certainty on my ideas on the topic. This is something I have a little bit less certainty on, but I have a suspicion that the only people that don't have their relationships with the opposite sex damaged by doing porn are people who's already have a pretty significantly damaged relationship with the opposite sex. I think that's likely true.
Because of the nature of the self-advertising that exists within this industry, people are pushed to do more and more extreme stuff just to get noticed.
True.
So whether it's like, oh, I'm banging my stepbrother, that's the new thing. Oh, I'm going to pretend to be trans, that's the new thing. Oh, I'm going to have 100 guys do me and cry about it, and then the next day I'm going to say I want to do 1,000 guys. Right? The next person or the next crop of women who are going to come, there's going to be some of them who are going to have to push the envelope even further. Someone's going to say it's going to be 100 black guys. And there's, you know, it's going to be something weird, all right?
I'm going to have 100 people doo-doo on me.
Yeah. Ugh. I'll go to some rural village in India and everyone gets a turn. Like, it's going to be weird stuff. And a lot of us are going to tune in.
He brought up doo-doo, and then Abba immediately brought up rural India, and that was not a mistake. And he's a little foul for that one. I ain't gonna lie.
To see how this shit goes, and we're all gonna read the stories. It's gonna be advertising for it. So the problem with it going more and more extreme is it's just like that cyberpunk thing that I was telling you about. Mm-hmm. The envelope never stops. For people who enjoy depravity, for people who enjoy humiliation, there's always more that can be done. Yeah. And people want money. That's never going to go away. So this is only going to get more and more crazy. There's, you know, people are like, oh,
I realize now, very late, by the way, that this chat window belongs over here and not where it was at. Yeah. Yeah. We learn as we go.
We've hit rock bottom. I'm like, bitch, you ain't even seen the floor. Oh, it's just a straight hole through the planet. And when you come out the other side, you going straight to outer space. And you keep floating. There is no end to this. Like, whatever your imagination can take you, imagine the weirdest thing somebody could do in a prawn video. They're going to go further. Especially with all this new technology that's coming and the whole AI, VR stuff. I promise you, within the next couple, if it's not already happening, people are literally going to sell their VR rights to people, you know, smashing their coochie or whatever.
Absolutely, that'll happen.
And doing
No
weird
question.
stuff to them, torturing them. The nature of like this now self-advertised, be as creative as you want in terms of advertising yourself, is that there are no standards, one. And two, the sky's the limit. The more weird stuff you're willing to do, the more your name gets out there. And that's the nature of the game. Because I had someone tell dude OnlyFans, she's like, yo, everything is a trend and everyone hops on the same trend.
Yep.
And she's like, if you want to be popular on OnlyFans, for the vast majority of them, everyone has to hop on the trend. So whether it's like walking into an elevator and you're doing these like weird videos, you know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
That's a trend. They all do.
It's just another social media. It's just like it's just like TikTok. There's always some trends and everybody jumps on it. It's just now it's TikTok. So
Oh my God.
yeah,
trends.
There you go. Anything insightful?
No, I have nothing insightful to say. I have nothing to say.
But aren't you like the sex expert between the two of us?
The what?
Sex expert.
No, I'm not an expert. Never call myself an expert.
Where'd that come from?
I'm not. Don't have a degree about that. I don't have a degree. Period.
Do they want to hear your thoughts? You got nothing for them?
Bruh, you pretty much summed it up.
Bro, they're gonna get mad at me. Yo,
They're not. Nobody's gonna get.
You don't let preach talk. I'm like, bro.
They're not gonna let. They're not gonna say that because I have nothing to say. So you can't.
Yeah, how do you have nothing to say, bro?
See, I was talking and now you were cutting me off.
Oh, so now you got something to say now that I asked you something to say.
I was answering your question
about not saying something.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but we need to change that.
No, we're not. You have to let me talk.
All right, go ahead.
I have nothing to say. There you go.
Yeah, whack, bro.
What do you want me to say? You want me to repeat the same shit that you did?
You don't have thoughts about her trying to do the 1,000 dudes?
Bruh.
Her crying?
I don't understand it.
What do you mean you don't understand?
I don't understand. I don't know what it means. I don't know if it's real. I don't know if it's not. I don't know. But that was their choice. So to me, it's like hard for me to be like self-inflicted. It's really hard to get slapped. What do you want to say?
Do that 1,000 times, and that's what it's gonna feel like.
That's cool. It's gonna be more than that.
Just penis is smacking her in the face.
Jesus Christ.
Jeez.
And you know, some dudes don't clean themselves properly.
Ooh.
Wait, they can't all get tested. Probably not gonna happen.
Probably.
So they're gonna get some kind of protection.
I guess.
Sorry. Just think about the logistics.
The logistics is rough, bro. It's actually,
myself.
I do not want to hear this. I think I might even actually watch this video already, but definitely not going to watch it one way or the other right now. Yeesh. Yeesh, yeesh, yeesh. It's a whole ass situation. Alright, I am starving. Like, I'm literally getting the shakes. I'm so fucking hungry, which is crazy, because not like I ate like 5 hours ago. But apparently my body decided that a small meal was not enough to hold me over. And I've got to go get some food. So we're going to do like probably a 15-minute break. I hate to take long breaks. I usually try to keep it down to like 2 5-minuters per 6 to 8 hour stream. You know, maybe an extra 5-minute one if we go 8 hours. But I am not going to sit here and just be starving. So we're going to do a 15-minuter. I will see anybody that is here when I get back, hopefully. Peace for now. I've had my mic muted. That's stupid. Anyway, we're back now. I gotta finish eating, but it's okay. I'm pretty sure I can do this. Finish up here, or finish eating, and still stream without smacking my lips in the mic. And hopefully I'm correct about that assumption. Hmm. I think I know what we're about to do next. So give me a minute to for sure decide. Yeah, that's definitely what we're gonna do. And I had one other video that I said that I was like super excited about doing and going over. Felt kind of passionate about. So we're gonna get that one out of the way. And then we'll be focused so far in the stream after that that they can just go ahead and switch over to our hardcore World of Warcraft grind. Alright, let me get this thing rolling. Do-do-do-do. Here is the video.
What is it?
Hey. Don't play without my permission. Asshole. Cooperate with me, technology. Okay. There you go. And then, are we picking it up right? No, we're not picking it up right. Now we're Gucci. Which means, boop. There we go. Yeah, let's go ahead and full size. Huh. The transfer now is a little different with the chat moving. Let's go back. It just kind of like appears and disappears. Huh. I should play with that off stream. Anyway, we're gonna roll with this now. I still don't, I kind of don't like the chat being in the left-hand corner. I think I might just like not have the chat while we're doing React stuff. Might just completely get rid of it. The transition also feels like it's a little better that way. Yeah, like I said, I'll play with this off stream. For now, let's get into this video. This is you can see the title right there. Sentence of a Bookworm, my favorite fantasy of 2019. Is also one of my like top 20 favorite animes of all time. It's the world building is so good. Like so good. And then the character not the character development, but like because like character development is like the character's growth over time. I mean, which not saying that that part's bad, but like what I was specifically want to talk about is like the character like establishing the characters. Like they just have like deep characters established right off the bat. So the character creation, character design, that's what I'm looking for. The character design is really fucking good. The world building is really good. The character design is really good. And the general narrative direction is really good. Like really, really good on all those elements. But especially the world building itself.
What is it, exactly, that you get out of fantasy fiction? I ask because the genre offers a lot of different things to different people. Fantasy offers a chance to escape the known quantities of your mundane life and embark on a grand adventure into the unknown. At times, it can offer a reassuring moral certainty, presenting us with worlds where heroes can be heroes and good and evil are actually clear absolutes. It also offers the possibility to see the impossible, to witness wonders, heroic feats, and epic battles that defy conventional logic and even the laws of physics.
Speaking of his whole point on like the clear-cut good versus evil, a lot of people in recent history that discuss storytelling in general, but especially in the anime realm, talk about like how they constantly say that like, oh, I like moral nuance where there's gray areas in the morality, and that that makes it that moral nuance is superior to the black and white good versus evil dichotomy. And while it is nice to explore like moral gray areas, you can do really interesting writing with that. It is absolutely wrong, in my opinion, to try to say that black and white morality in storytelling is a bad thing. Like it can be used in the right way. Black and white morality can be a great platform, I guess, for other more nuanced areas of your storytelling to stand on. Like when you have an obvious, just undeniable, straight up, non-nuanced evil for your hero to overcome, and that allows you to have a really compelling story that can be nuanced in other ways without it getting bogged down in too much chaos. Because if too many things are too nuanced in your story starts to lack structure. So yeah, that's just something I've seen a lot of that I get kind of annoyed by, is people acting like you can't have a good story if you have black and white good versus evil in your story.
Themselves. Since you're presumably an anime fan, if you're watching this, I'd wager that last item is a major selling point in a lot of the fantasy shows you've watched. The entire shonen battle subgenre is built on that idea of folk with extraordinary, often magical abilities coming to blows and solving their problems with crazy superpowers. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't love that stuff myself. I mean, I have a whole series dedicated to talking about insane anime fantasy fights. I've also got a bit of a weak spot for shameless escapism, if that wasn't obvious from how much isekai I watch and talk about, and the base appeal of those elements is almost certainly what got my younger self into fantasy to begin with. But what's kept me invested in the genre for most of my life is the ability that truly great works of fantasy have to make me believe that a wholly imagined place is real, to let me see how humanity might be shaped by a world different from my own, and let me visit that world myself. It's admittedly pretty rare to see that potential fully realized.
Yeah, it's actually really hard to do. People underestimate how difficult it is to build a convincing world that is notably different than the real world.
Takes top-notch writing skills, an impeccable eye for detail, a complex understanding of human nature, and a broad but comprehensive knowledge of world cultures and history.
So exactly, you have to be highly skilled in multiple, very complex areas in order to pull it off. Just like he just listed. It is a well-articulated description of the trouble and difficulty with it, trying to do high-end world building.
To make a place with an invented past and the invented people who inhabit it feel truly believable. But when a writer manages to pull that off, personally speaking, I can take or leave any of that other crap. Give me a fantasy world I feel like I can really live in, and Yeah, I'll be happy to watch some big epic battles happen there, and of course I'll be stoked to go on an adventure through it, but if you've really made your world well, I'd be just as happy to watch, say, a merchant doing business with various cities in it while making googly eyes at the ancient nature goddess who lives in his cart.
Yeah, Spice and Whiff was a great example of good world building and just compelling characters. Where you can have very mundane, very on the surface, not interesting topics as the main elements of your story if you are doing the character design and world building really well.
I'd watch that for at least 3 seasons, almost certainly more. You hear me, Kadokawa? I know you do because you're sponsoring this video through your fantastic ebook service, Bookwalker, which is my personal favorite way to read manga and light novels on the go. But I guess I'm getting a bit off topic in more ways than one there. I did go off on that first tangent for a reason, though. If the main things you look for in your fantasy anime are big action scenes, epic plot lines, and escapist wish fulfillment, and you could care less about immersive world building, then Ascendance of a Bookworm might very well bore you to tears.
It's not for you.
But if you found yourself nodding along with me as I described my tastes in the genre,
Mhm.
if you've been craving another fantasy anime in the vein of Spice and Wolf, and especially if the idea of seeing what life would be like for a bookish peasant girl in a world where the nobility has a monopoly on both learning and magic intrigues you, well, Ascendance of a Bookworm might just be your favorite new show of the season, if not the year. Here's how the story goes. You find out about a treasure in the Grand Line, and there's no doubt that the pirate who's... hold on, I think I got my notes mixed up. Okay, here's how the story goes. Urano Motosu was a young woman with...
Hold on. I have to, since he brought it up, I have to throw this out there. This is one of my hot anime takes. While the world building in One Piece is actually very good, almost everything else in One Piece is terrible in my opinion. Actually, okay, in the late portions of the show, like when you're like fucking 300 episodes in, then yeah, the fight scenes get pretty sick. But it takes you like 300 episodes to get there, and then that's also the only other thing you get outside the world building. Like, I don't really like the character design. I don't think the narrative direction is particularly compelling. I don't think the character development is also particularly compelling either. Like, I don't think the good versus evil thing, like, it's not black and white, really. And it's not that nuanced either. It's like some kind of bleh middle ground. Like, I really don't like anything else about One Piece other than later on the fight scenes get good and the world building is good the whole way through. Except that they go long stretches of time without adding to the world building. One Piece is like literally the most overrated anime of all time, in my opinion. That's probably my hottest anime take, most likely.
With an undying love for literature and a simple dream. She wanted nothing more than to be a librarian and to live every day reading as much as she could. But fate had other plans for her. Right when she was on the verge of achieving her dream, she was struck down in a tragic accident, killed in part by irony, but mostly by a lot of heavy books that fell on her in the middle of an earthquake. And though she wished with her dying breath to be surrounded by books in her next life, it was not to be. As the story begins...
Instead, she gets born into a world where peasants have zero access to books, and she's born a peasant.
She awakens in the frail, sickly body of a 5-year-old girl named Mine. There's not a book, scroll, or scrap of paper to be found in the unlit, sparsely decorated wooden hovel that is apparently her new home, and Mine's family, though they're quite friendly and happy to see their little girl up and out of bed for once, have no idea where to find a book.
This is also a great example of the spectacular character design. Her parents are both really good people with, you know, big hearts and, you know, a lot of like really positive virtues, but also obviously flawed and very human at the same time. And that comes off altogether pretty quickly in the show. It's super well executed.
Either. In fact, they barely even seem to know what books are. As it turns out, Urano's been reborn into a land with no printing presses. Here, everything has to be written by hand, on expensive animal skin parchment no less, and thus her precious books are truly precious in this world. Luxury items that only the nobility can afford to.
Yeah, like extreme luxury. Like actually extreme. Like they're so expensive. Like I don't remember it's been a while since I watched the anime because I'm still waiting for the next season. I will binge the 3 seasons that are already out as soon as we get an official release date for season 4, which has been officially announced, just there's no release date. But anyway, I don't remember the actual like numeric value of the one book that she finds that they list a numeric value for is, but I know it was like, I'm pretty sure if I recall correctly, like multiple thousands of times the amount of money that her parents like have.
Possess. As the peasant daughter of a textile worker and a guard captain, mine is lucky just to see a book through a glass case in a merchant stall. Odds are she'll never get a chance to read even one, let alone have a library. But that's the thing about undying love. It doesn't stay down easy. Mine's passion for the written words survived even when she did not, and if death itself couldn't stop her desire to read, what chance does an imbalanced and oppressive class system have? If she can't find a book, mine resolves, she'll just have to make one herself. Given that she's starting with the resources and connections of an until now bedridden 5-year-old peasant girl in medieval Europe, that's a pretty tall order. And her progress toward that goal is pretty slow going, as you can probably imagine. No, you're going to want to imagine it even slower than that. Let me put it this way. We're 8 episodes out of 14 into a show about making a book, and mine has only just now acquired paper. To be clear, though, quite a lot has happened on her way to that milestone, both in relation to that goal and to the many character-driven subplots that the show juggles around it. And there are some substantial advantages that come with the series' slow and steady pace.
Yep.
For those of us looking to immerse ourselves in a tangible fantasy world, Ascendance of a Bookworm offers plenty of opportunities to stop and smell the roses.
Absolutely.
Or the magical ice trees and invasive parasitic weed fruits, as it were.
The invasive parasitic weed fruits were a crazy move, by the way, because like they come from a common plant and are commonly produced by that plant, and yet they're almost like very rarely are they allowed to grow, to the point that one actually starts growing and it's like a big like event. Like that is such a bold story choice, because you're presenting this in such a way that you have to have a vigilant society that is constantly in a tenuous relationship with their environment, but do so in a way that is not overt. It's very subtle. Like it's not like, there's a band of, a war band of orcs that are constantly like trying to raid the city. And that'd be a very overt, issue. Or like, it's not like there's massive storms that are constantly sweeping the land and the people are like huddled underground. Like it's not this overt struggle against their environment. It's a very subtle struggle, but it's one that they are constantly dealing with, because if just one of those things is left unchecked for a relatively short period of time, it threatens their existence. That's actually crazy. This anime is ambitious, creative, and complex, and I love it.
That said, while we have been shown a few odd flora and fauna, as well as some hints of magic, the show's world-building efforts have been more concerned with exploring how lower-class families in this world live day to day, and how they support each other as a community.
So another thing I love about the anime is that, unlike most anime that have like really good world building, this one actually gives you a really good idea of what it's like to be a normal person in this world. A lot of worlds that have like, you know, grandiose magic systems in it, like this one has that, and you will explore it eventually. Almost all anime that have that, gets like, you have a real hard time really imagining what it's like to be a, you know, basic peasant living in that world, because it just doesn't get explored from that angle hardly at all. And Ascendance of a Bookworm explores that angle very thoroughly.
The city Mine finds herself in has its own fully realized culture and customs, which her Japanese mannerisms sometimes run up against. Folk around her are a bit baffled by her tendency to bow in apology, for example, and like most Japanese speakers, she's prone to talking with her hands. There's a lot of subtle details like that to be found here. A fair bit of time early on is spent on the chores that Mine and her sister perform to help keep the household running, which range from doing handicrafts, cooking, and cleaning the home, to running around gathering firewood with other kids from their building. The show also highlights the bureaucratic work that Mine's father does as a city guard, which involves tracking the goods of foreign merchants and filling out import paperwork, a duty usually left to the one literate town guard, Otto.
Another funny thing, because like if you're a D&D player, if you have any familiarity with D&D, like, and you like been at it for a few years, it's not something that you're new to. You would probably have been part of a campaign, or at least have a friend or know somebody that's been part of a campaign where they've tried to explore the nuance of the mundane in that way, like you know, the bureaucracy of a moderate to small city, and like how like logistics of like maintaining their existence works. And if you have, you've probably heard or experienced how like horribly that probably went. Probably did not go very well. It probably became extremely boring, or it derailed quickly, or, you know, just something went really wrong with the attempt to do that, because it's really, really hard to do, to tell a compelling story but immerse yourself in the details of something that mundane and boring. Because I mean, like, no one fantasizes about being a bureaucrat. So I mean, it is a, on the face of it at least, a boring thing, and to go into that and keep it compelling, there's a tall order, and one that Ascendance of a Bookworm is so like up for the task for. Like, they nail it so well.
Knowing that, Mine eventually convinces Otto to teach her how to read the language of this new world. That's one of the first successful steps in her quest. You'll notice we kind of meandered around getting there, and that's by and large how Bookworm's entire story works, hence why its pacing is so leisurely. We spend most of our time immersed in the day-to-day life of Mine and her family and friends, but then every so often, we'll stumble on something interesting and Mine will have a flash of inspiration. Because she's so focused on her literary ambitions, that inspiration will often be writing related. She tries her hand at making papyrus and clay tablets, for instance, but nearly as often she'll find a way to improve the lives of her friends and family, like cooking what they thought was just chicken feed into surprisingly tasty pancakes, or using random kitchen scraps to invent shampoo. It's minor stuff, all things considered. She's no Senku, though her experimentation does occasionally remind me of Dr. Stone, but she's not about to introduce this world to the wonders of electric lighting or anything. But this story isn't about the fate of human civilization. It's about the day-to-day lives of people in another world, and in that context, those small things can make a world of difference. Okay, I can sense some eyes glazing over out there, so I must assure you this show isn't just about the struggles of the peasantry, although I think those are interesting. It has its share of fantastical elements, too, and it applies the same detail-oriented approach to exploring those elements as it does to the lives of its characters. For example, isekai stories tend to gloss over the complications that crop up when a person suddenly stops being in one place and starts being in another, or is reborn in someone else's body. Often there will be some kind of deity to aid in the transition, the world's language will be implanted directly into the hero's mind by magical means, and generally speaking, the actual isekaiing and or reincarnating will happen off-screen as part of the character's backstory so that we can more quickly jump into the action. In contrast, Ascendance of a Bookworm handwaves nothing. It finds the metaphysical questions raised by the isekai premise to be fascinating, and it delights in the chance to explore them.
And they're like, it's a difficult and convoluted thing to deal with, being thrust into another world. And then, like, you think about, like, so if you're reincarnated into another body, where did this body come from? Like, in Mind's case, like, she doesn't experience being born. She doesn't experience living through ages 1, 2, 3, or 4. She's 5 years old. So what happened? Like, who was living the experiences of 1, 2, 3, 4? And if that was a whole nother person, what happened to that soul? Like, did the kid die and then Mind's soul replace the passed away kids? There's a lot of questions to ask here, and a lot of like moral dilemmas to think about. Like, if you did replace some dead kid and you're living in a dead kid's body, basically, like, how well are you going to handle that psychologically? And then, like, also, like, you have your own parents that you remember, like, from your previous life. What's your relationship going to be like with your new parents? Because you have a fully developed, adult personality, and you're being treated like a kid and raised by these people that love you but don't actually know you. Like, there's a lot of really interesting questions that you can ask here. And Sense of a Bookworm doesn't cover them all, but they cover more of those questions, those type of questions, than almost any other anime. The only one that even compares, really, in terms of asking those kinds of questions is Jobless Reincarnation, which is another great anime, though for mostly very different reasons.
So, Urano doesn't just pop into the world out of nowhere.
I'm saying mostly, but I said mostly very different reasons, but the thing they both do the best is the world building. Though in that regard, I would say Sentence of a Bookworm is probably a little bit better.
She's reincarnated into the existing body of a little peasant girl and grows up there as that little girl for 5 years before her memories of Earth resurface. And we're there with her when that happens. The process of their minds merging is shown to be notably traumatic, and without spoiling things, the means by which this transfer of consciousness occurs becomes a significant plot point as the story moves forward.
Yep.
So does the concern of what might happen if Mind's friends and family discover that a total stranger has essentially stolen her body. And given how keen she's been to apply her modern knowledge to this medieval world, it is entirely possible that they'll figure that out. Hell, the show's entire story is framed through Mind's future mentor, a blue-haired priest guy, knocking her out and reading her mind to figure out exactly how she knows so much stuff that a peasant girl has no business knowing. Now, picking apart isekai cliches has become a bit of an isekai cliche in and of itself, but none of this is done for the sake of indulgent wink and nod genre subversion. These plot points are just the natural result of the series author, Miya Kazuki, asking interesting questions about the fantastical premise of their story.
That's the thing, like with a lot of the like postmodernist type of isekai deconstructionism that's been going on. Most of these people are like being defiant. Like they're breaking the tropes for the sake of breaking the tropes. Whereas Ascendance of a Bookworm is legitimately interested in actually exploring unexplored questions about the setting, about the genre.
And writing all of their characters as intelligent, inquisitive human beings, which, as I laid out in my Trails of Cold Steel video a few years back, is also a vital element of world building, and Mine's family are real standouts in that regard. Her mom, Etha, is hardworking and caring, though hard as she has to work, she's not always as aware as she could be of what Mine actually wants. Tuli, her sister, is sweet and kind, though a bit lacking in confidence. She relies a lot on her family for moral support as she pursues her own goal of being a seamstress like her mom. Lastly, Gunther, Mine's father, is a big, loving, and lovable bear of a man who dotes on his daughters every chance he gets. Though sensitive as he does get a bit jealous when Mine starts spending time with Otto. Despite the fact that they're not actually her, family, Urano does quickly form a powerful bond with these kindly people, and their love for each other gives the series a heartwarming emotional core. Their personalities are vibrant and almost instantly likable, and watching them interact almost always manages to put a smile on my face. When it's not putting a tear in my eye. And it's not just them. The show's entire cast is interesting, likable, dynamic, and well-developed. And just as Mine works toward her goals, we see many of them working toward theirs. It's not hard to get a read on what characters want and what their general temperaments are, but even those who seem the simplest manage to give the impression that they're always thinking, observing what's around them, and reacting to it, not just embodying tropes and saying things to move the plot along.
Yeah, like literally every character that gets any real amount of screen time has a significant level of like dynamicness and complexity to them. That's hard to do. To make that many characters that well fleshed out and to always be acting like they're that well fleshed out. That's serious writing talent right there. Like the writer of Ascendance of a Bookworm is a true artist in the realest sense.
With that plot moving at the pace that it does, really small interpersonal conflicts can serve as significant roadblocks to its progress. And because all of the characters are so well realized, it's often interesting just to see how Mine deals with those situations and convinces people to go along with her schemes. This is a story about relationships with very personal stakes, where a well-chosen word or a slip of the tongue can change everything. And I love that. Ascendance of a Bookworm is a brilliantly written anime. Its characters and world just have so much life about them, and through them it explores a vast range of themes, from the importance of family and the power of the written word to medieval economics and social politics, which could easily threaten to get overcomplicated, but the show manages to consistently feel relaxing, accessible, and fun. For all I've talked about its strengths here today, I feel like I've barely scratched the surface of any of them. If you're not keeping up with Ascendance of a Bookworm already, I strongly encourage you to give it a watch and see those strengths for yourself. Or, if you'd prefer, as Mine almost certainly would, you could give it a read. Fortunately, today's sponsor, Bookwalker, can help you out with both.
I have not actually read the manga. I've been very patiently awaiting the anime. That's kind of a stance I take when it comes to reading manga for the most part. As much as I'm an avid reader, I have a very large book collection. Oh, I don't know. It depends on what you consider large. I have hundreds of books. I love to read. But when it comes to things in the manga anime world, I tend to enjoy like the appeal of the visuals in an anime to the extent that I'd rather wait and watch the anime than read ahead in the manga. Just because I don't like spoilers. I hate spoilers. And I would rather consume the video format and get the story and the visuals of the anime than just get the story. And yeah, you get visuals with manga, but like it's not the same thing as having like pictures and moving pictures are not the same thing. Yeah, I don't think I'll have to describe that any further. But yeah, I would read the manga, but I'm waiting on the anime. Is my point. And maybe at one point in time, the anime will fail to get any more seasons, or they'll take too long, or to verify that a new season is even going to happen or not, or I'll hear about just a major deviation that ends up rubbing me the wrong way, or it's like the anime does something I don't like, and I find out the manga doesn't do it that way. Something could happen, and then I'll be just full dive into manga at that point, as I've done with other anime in the past. But until something like that happens, I'm gonna be waiting on the anime.
And if you use the promo code BASEMENT when you check out, you can get that help entirely free. Bookwalker, if you missed my subtle shilling in the intro, is Kadokawa's official ebook store, where you can buy hundreds upon hundreds of high-resolution English language manga and light novels to read on your phone, tablet, or PC. Bookwalker makes it easier than ever to acquaint yourself with the source material for many of your favorite anime, and it's my go-to app for long plane rides and long restroom trips. From now until December 8th, to celebrate both the new anime and the impending release of Volume 5, Bookwalker is running a special campaign for Ascendants of a Bookworm, with the first 3 volumes on sale for between 10 and 30% off. Now that's a great value for any of these fine books, but if you buy Volume 1 right now, you'll be getting a particularly great deal. See, not only will your purchase include a special bookshelf skin so you can keep the whole series in one aesthetically pleasing place on your phone, but during this campaign, Volume 1 also comes bundled with a 30-day guest pass for Crunchyroll Premium Plus, which lets you watch any anime in Crunchyroll's library, including Ascendants of a Bookworm, and gives you access to special beta features on the site. And that's not even the best part. Since Volume 1 is currently just 578 yen with that 30% discount, if you use the promo code BASEMENT for an additional 600 yen discount when you buy it, you'll get all of that entirely free. This might well be the best deal I've ever been able to give you guys with that discount code, so if you've been holding out on trying Bookwalker in spite of all my shilling for them, now's the time to do it. Check that deal out at the link in the doobly-doo, but real quick before you click away, please let me know in the comments below what you think of Ascendants of a Bookworm and what other fantasy anime or books you've found that scratch a similar immersive itch. I deeply appreciate almost all of the comments that you guys leave, but I'd really appreciate those recommendations because I am always looking for more good fantasy. I'm Jeff Thu, professional shitbag, signing out from my mother's basement.
Professional shitbag. Yo, I love the self-deprecating humor. Always a sign of a decent individual. Well, maybe not always, but vast majority of the time, the sign of a fucking solid dude or dudette. Okay. I think is it a hardcore time now? It's already past 10:30, and I can't run this show past 2 a.m. at the latest, and I'm going to suffer if I go that long. So yeah, it's definitely hardcore time. I'll probably end up ending the stream at like 1. Ugh. I might need a cup of coffee though, because your boy already kind of tired. I might kind of in that situation where it's like coffee would make the next couple of hours a lot better, but it's also probably gonna make getting to sleep difficult later. I gotta pick my suffering. As it always seems to be in life, man. You just gotta choose how you want to suffer. And, well, historically, I've made one choice when it comes to this particular decision. And I'm gonna probably stick with my historical choice, which is, sleep is for the weak! Sorry, I was probably too loud. Anybody actually watching this stream right now is probably like, ow, my ears! And to you, I am sorry. I forget sometimes that there's a mic in front of my face. Okay, Let's do this for a second. And then that. I still gotta figure out what I'm gonna do about the chat situation. I probably just need to make a separate chat window that doesn't have the purple background. And then that'd be better for videos, watching videos. But I have to actually make that. Like this, the background and then the chat that runs through it, they're like one thing. Like I have to go like make another one that doesn't have the background. Which is not hard. It's just annoying that I have to make one. I can't just be like, click, remove the background. It's almost certainly what I should do, though. I'll probably do that off stream at some point tomorrow, maybe some point this week at least. All right. I'm gonna go spend like 30 seconds to start a pot of coffee, and then we'll come back and we'll start gaming. Yeah. Let me get rid of this. Move this out the way. Okay. All right, yeah, I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Oh, yeah, freaking TARDIS is hitting me like a Mack truck right now. I need this coffee for real, for real. What? What is this? Had a weird error in my game. Curse client. The fuck? I don't know. I'm gonna not deal with that on stream. I'll tell you that. Unless the error actually causes me problems. But you're gonna pray that it doesn't. Because you know what? I don't need that drama in my life. I really promise you, I don't need it. I don't need it. I think I'll say it almost sounded like my coffee was already ready. And don't judge me, but I'm an instant coffee enjoyer. I think most of the shortcut ways of enjoying food and drink are trash. But instant coffee is good, bro. I don't care what anybody says. It actually is good. I fucks with instant coffee. I'll just boil me a quick little bit of water on the stove, throw my instant coffee powder in the cup, throw my sugar in the cup, and pour my goddamn boiling water into the cup. Give it a quick stir. Don't even need any cream or milk. Sometimes a small splash of milk, but often not. And then boom, good to go. You got a great cup of coffee. Very little effort. Just as good as any other method of coffee that I've ever had. Except for like some like really expensive, like super fresh coffee beans that I've had before that were like really, 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 really good. But like I'm not spending that kind of money on coffee. And if I'm not gonna spend that kind of money on coffee, then it might as well just be instant coffee. I really can't notice much of a difference outside of that. Yeah. We should get a lot of progress tonight, I think. I don't know if we get enough hours in. We won't get enough hours in. I've spent too much time outside of, too large a portion of the stream was spent on non-WoW stuff. I was originally going to do like 4 hours of WoW. That's not happening. It's already about to be 11 o'clock. Even if I go till 1, which is about the latest I'm willing to go tonight, is going to be 3 hours. I was hoping because of how much setup we did last stream, I was hoping that we'd do 4 hours and we'd catch 4 levels in 4 hours. Yeah, we're not gonna make that happen, unfortunately. Unfortunately not. That said though, we'll still get some good progress in. And then we'll still probably be really set up for the following stream, where we could do like another 3-4 hours tomorrow, and like it'd still be a really efficient 3-4 hours. Unlike the last stream, like yesterday, we got caught up in too much I can't think of the word I want to use, but bullshit. And it was a very inefficient day for leveling. All right. I think my coffee's ready. I'll be right back. All right. We got coffee. We got the game loaded up. We're ready to rock and roll. We're ready to get the grind on, boys. Let's make myself small again. And switch over to our gaming mode. And for some reason, the gaming mode never wants to load in the game immediately. We always have the black screen for a few seconds. I find that so annoying. I spent a good amount of time on my OBS setup to not have things like that happen, and yet still, when it comes to gaming, always some BS like that going on, bro. Okay, but our quest log is full. Let's check it. It is absolutely full. We can drop this. I don't even know where to get gingerbread cookies. I don't know if it really is. It's not gonna matter because the guy that you can pick up this quest up from is like right there. So we can abandon that. We can pick up at least one more quest. I don't even know if this is worth keeping. I don't know really what the rewards for. I know you get at least a few silver, so there's that aspect of it. I know what I can do. I can drop, there's a couple of these I can pick right back up. So, and I'll turn that one up when I'll turn in the rest of the Wind Rider when I get to the crossroads, and then I can pick up one more. And then I could just re-pick up one of these ones that are right there at the crossroads. So we'll pick up supplies for the crossroads when we get there. And then I think we want both of these. Oh, well, that's the actually we don't necessarily want both of these. We're not doing Rage Fire. We're just not going to be able to get a squad together. Okay, we're not. These are both the Rage Fire quests. I know there is a relevant quest or two to pick up here, though. I know it. I need to not pull up my map and blind myself while I'm running along a narrow path, playing a hardcore character. If I die by running off a rope bridge, I am going to hate myself so very much. Let's just not put ourselves in those shoes. Bring 3 war song mark. Yeah, we're not doing that. Okay. What about this one? Level 11 is a bit low. Probably not worth it doing. It's probably also like not in there. Azure feathers and 6 bronze feathers. Aeon, Eagle Thorn, and Thunderbuff. Okay, you know what? I will take a moment. I care about my efficiency, dude. I'm gonna take a moment to look this up. Bitch. What are they called? Azure feathers? Azure feathers. Azure feathers. Search. No results? What you mean? What can we search for the quest itself? Aeon. Oh, what's the name? What's the quest? Preparation for ceremony. Preparation for ceremony. Okay, we could find the quest, but we couldn't find the freaking item. Stupid shit. Yeah, it's Mulgore. Yeah, we don't want that. Okay. There's a quest at a silver pine. Is that Call of Fire? That might. How do I make this menu go away? It's getting in my freaking way trying to read my map, god damn it. Serpent bloom? Where's serpent bloom? Pretty sure it's an herb, like literally like a kind of like herb that only an herbalist can pick up, which I am an herbalist, so I can pick it up if that's the case, but like, where do I find serpent bloom? How far away am I going to be being able to get a hold of that? Be found in the Barrens. The map doesn't want to freaking load to show me where in the Barrens I'm going to find it though. Or what the herbalism requirement is. We're gonna pick up. I can pick up 2 quests, and we already have Call of Fire, so we're just gonna pick up that one. And we're definitely not doing slow. Okay, so we go over there and pick up 1 quest. I am sorry for the slow start, people. It was not my intention to have another slow start, but it should just be this quick moment and then we're Gucci. Everything else is pretty much set up. I just didn't finish in Thunder Overloft last session. I literally should just be grabbing this one last quest, heading to the crossroads, re-picking up the 1 quest I dropped, and then like we're literally Gucci from there. Yeah, I figured. Couldn't remember for sure, but it's pretty short. I should have just turned around immediately, rather than even going down there and checking. Alright. Almost walked myself off the ledge. Not a lethal ledge, but a dumb one to fall off nonetheless. Oh, I just burped right in the mic. I'm so sorry. You better let me pick up this quest, you mother... Also, wait, I did just pick up 14 real recently, did I? I did not. We got an Earth Shock upgrade, Lightning Bolt upgrade, Earth Shaker Slam. What? This is one of those new abilities. I get my first new Shaman ability. Because the server has rebalancing when the... Oh, it's the taunt effect that I read about. There's no effect if the target is already attacking you, but will taunt them if you have a shield. It's so good, bro. Stone Skin Totem upgrade, which means it's time to make a macro to auto upgrade the rank on Stone Skin. I don't deal with this keeping track of ranks thing. I make a macro every time we pick up the 2nd rank of something, and then that's it. We never have to worry about the BS again. We finally have Totemic Recall, which is another quality of life thing they give you here. You get Totemic Recall, which you don't get until Burning Crusade in normal WoW. And you do what? Rare Disease. We don't need Purrs or Ancestral Spirit in Hardcore. That's just generally a group only thing, and then Ancestral Spirit is rezzing people, and I can only play with other hardcore people, so nobody that dies is coming back in a time until I hit 60. We needed 2 things. We needed the macro. Also, our macros are not staying for some reason. Yeah, see, this is reset again, this is reset again, and then I made a macro button that's also been like removed. I don't know why that keeps happening. The macro button is easy to replace, and we copied and pasted our other macros just in case that this situation did occur. I have to figure out what's going on with that. Hopefully I remember. As soon as I get off stream, I'm going to troubleshoot that situation. This is // macro, and I put... Well, as soon as I made it, the button come back. It came back, so it's just it's the macro add-on I have that's probably doing this BS. Alright, well, I just need a few seconds. It's gonna take me more like 20 seconds to get the already existing macros fixed since we copied and pasted them. It takes a second to go dig up the notepad file. Yeah, here's shock. Boom. And then we need buff. Buff, buff, buff. It didn't go over to shock when I copied earlier. Okay, fucking annoying. That's buff. And then there's shock. And then we need a new macro for stone skin totem. Stone skin. Okay. Slash. I don't think you have to capitalize, do you? Yeah, no. You specifically get messed up if you do. Now you have to capitalize for this, I'm pretty sure. I'll check the damn thing to make sure it works. Actually, I don't have to. If it gets the right icon, then it's gonna work in that situation. That was it, right? Just need to oh no, we have to make a recall, we have to add to the bar. I don't know where I want to put that, but oh, 5 for now. Probably will do actually keep it at 2. And Cure Disease can go there, which we need to find a hotkey. Then these are just upgrades that automatically should have been done. Okay. Hover key, hover bind. PFU, or bind. What do you want to use for? Also, 7, 8. I thought I did this before. Yeah. Wait, no. 0. Right, so 8. Yeah. There you go, that's how I do that. Let's use my usual spiel for that. Hopefully I don't have to mess with that shit again. It hasn't been wanting to update lately. I don't know what happened to make it start not saving new information, but my UI has not been saving new information. Very annoying. Oh yeah, and then I still haven't grabbed this fucking quest. I think it... Was it not the person inside the tent?
Greetings, traveler.
This one gives you Call of Fire, and I understand why they can't do that, because I'm already on Call of Fire. But what about Serpent Bloom? Apothecary Zama. Oh, I'm stupid. Apothecary Zama's in the cave beneath me. Oop. I'm a big hole dummy head. And we're not going to Sulphur Pine. We will go fetch some Serpent Bloom for a good old apothecary boy.
Yes.
I'm sorry, apothecary girl. My bee. you know what we're doing? That might help our UI situation too. If I go PFUI config, settings, select profile. No, not select profile. Create profile. Default. That might be a name that exists somewhere in these file structure. I don't want to have to deal with conflicting file names, so main. My main profile setup. Yeah, we'll do that. Yes. And save profile. Main. Load profile. Yes. That should ensure that at least like the hotkeys and stuff stay. I don't know if it'll fix them. It almost certainly won't fix the macro situation. But I'm pretty sure I had done 7890 dash equals already in the hotkey setups, and that didn't stay. So this should at least make sure that those stay. And then we can take our happy ass to the Barons. Not fucking with that. Not fucking with that. Not fucking with that. Yeah, we're not fucking with that. I have to get so many more hours in this game if I want. It's probably not even reasonable to even try the 60 before the end of the month. I really want to, because I think that's the only way I'm gonna get frost power potions, because I think you have to get to the level where you can actually make them before you can do the Christmas time only quests to get that recipe. I would love to have that recipe. It'll allow me to make potions that not everybody will be able to make, which means I can sell them a lot during the non-Christmas times of the server. I'm gonna be an alchemist. I also just like completionism, so like be nice to have all the recipes. I don't want to have to wait till next Christmas to get that recipe.
Tell me I hate you.
It would be nice to get that recipe, and I don't think I'm gonna do it unless I get at least close to level 60 before the month is over, and I don't think that's actually a reasonable goal. The more I think about it, it's probably not a reasonable goal. Unfortunate, but reality is what it is. Look at it with enough sugar in this thing. It's tasting a little undersweetened. I know I stirred the shit out of it. Not a stirred situation. Let me go get a little bit more sugar while I'm in a flight. BRB. You guys like my coffee stirring ASMR? Sorry, excuse me. That's a real improvement. I didn't even add that much sugar. Just a little off, but you can fucking tell. Alright. Do I like music going? I do. I stopped having it like play in my own headset recently. I normally have like all my audio playing for me as well. I stopped having the music playing for me just because I often just play my own music, like copyrighted stuff that I can't play on the stream. And it has been an adjustment remembering to the butcher that's off is the it's gotta wait. No, it's totally the that's totally the Wind Rider guy, right? That you turn the quest into? No? Although the you won't let me. Okay, it's gotta be the if it's not the Wind Rider himself, it's gotta be the meat guy. The butcher. The butcher, the butcher. Every time I say the butcher, I think of like the Diablo, the butcher from Diablo.
Blood and thunder.
It's not you either. Well, who the fuck? Okay, let me read the quest. Oh my god, it's frustratingly enough, it's the guy in Orgrimmar. I'm not using my hearth when it's such a short Wind Rider ride, but we're having to pay. Dude, how much is this about to cost me? It's like only like 50 copper, right? Right? It's a whole silver and 10 copper. Fuck, dude. Whatever, dude. I don't want my hearth on cooldown. It's just I'll make more money probably by the time I save not running later on by being able to hearth later than I'm spending on this ride. Given how short this ride is, I will end up saving a very significant amount of time by being able to hearth. If I'm wrong, I'm not off by much. Like the difference is either like I'm losing a handful of copper or I'm making multiple silver. That's the range. So at worst, I'm losing a handful of copper, and I'm willing to risk that loss to feel better about the situation, because I'll feel better having my hearth up later, and have the potential to maybe actually come out ahead monetarily. You know, I bet if I one day actually become a streamer that actually has an active chat, I'll kind of miss these days where like I don't have an active chat most of the time. Like I'll look back on them fondly. Maybe miss is not the right word. Like kind of how like I don't know if anyone else has ever experienced this, but like kind of like you look back fondly on the times when you were broke, like broke, and still figuring out how to enjoy yourself while being broke. You kind of look back on those times with like, you know, fondness, even though you wouldn't want to actually go back to being that broke. Like I felt like that's how I'll be with having an active chat if I ever get to the point of having a consistently always active chat.
What can I help you with?
Now I can fly back to the crossroads. Yeesh. Oh, I should have maybe... Isn't there something in Orgrimmar that I could have done too? I think there was. I want to say there actually was. I can't think of what. No. The thing that I was thinking about that had me maybe second guessing this. I do need to do a quest turn in or 2 at Ratchet before I start going to kill stuff. Which means I should have just probably flown straight to Ratchet. I don't know. I can't even fly to Ratchet now. I have no money. We're gonna go to like do a quest or 2 just to have the money to get to Ratchet. Actually, you know what? We'll just run to Ratchet because we can actually finish a couple quests, or at least get a lot of progress on a couple quests just by killing everything that we run across on our way of just manually running to Ratchet. I know, so somebody in World of Warcraft chat was just asking for suggestions of something to buy their partner. I never understand when people ask that kind of question. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, what somebody wants is really dependent on who that person is. I don't know your partner at all. Like, learn who it is you're dating. Like, I'm a horrible gift giver. If there's somebody that I can accurately give a gift to, it would be my romantic partner. I have not. That's the one person in my past that I've never had problems getting a gift for. Like, family always struggle to get a good gift. Even close friends sometimes I struggle to get a good gift. Romantic partner, no, it's so fucking straightforward, dude. I don't understand that issue. I really don't. I'm not saying it's not a problem. Like, people have their own perspectives in this world. Life's complicated. Like, yeah, I don't want to shame anybody for having that problem, but I'm just saying, from my perspective, I don't get it, bro. I don't understand. And now it's Talk to the Butcher. And once I turn in that, I can pick up the quest I dropped, Supply to the Crossroad, which is the guy in front of the tower. And then we can run to Ratchet and kill shit along the way, and it should be grinding. We only wasted like almost 30 minutes. God damn. I feel bad. He's got lost in battle and consumed by hatred. I need consumed by hatred. I don't have to care about lost in battle right now, but I need consumed by hatred. Oh, that's rough. What do I do about this? Okay, well, maybe that one? Speak to a chick. That's probably over there next to... Okay, so... Except... If at our hearth crossroads, the butcher is still set to org. I was debating using the hearth to get the org a minute ago. Make this in your home. Yep. Then I actually have a slot open still. Miscounted my quest log earlier somehow. Lost in battle. No, that's what I don't need. I need consumed by hatred. And then turn in this one. Bitch. Budapest. Forgotten pools we can pick up, and then down with the 10 samples from the sickly gazelles wandering the barrens. Oh fuck! I need to carry that one too. Then another smoke cloud above Orgrimmar, which is the one that speak to Wiley. I think he's in Ratchet. Yeah. So there's gonna be a follow-up quest for that one. And then there's probably be a follow-up for this one. We just legitimately find something. We can come back for this one, I think. Miner's Fortune. Yeah, we'll be in Ratchet again before we can do these. So we can, I'd probably drop. I'm going to at least drop this one for now. And then we can run a Ratchet. What? Why? I think my macros got reset again. Yeah, what the fuck? I didn't even log out. What is happening here? It's getting reset in the middle of... Okay, well this is not tenable. Oh my god. I'm sorry, boys. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna pick this the fuck out. I'm gonna have to, bro. Sorry. That might be an issue. Let's look. Let's look for WoW properties. Nope, that looks like it was probably the problem. Apparently my files were set to read only. I feel like we probably need to do a restart, so we're gonna do that real fast. Hopefully that just means we came to a very quick solution. That's all it took. Then we made out a lot better than expected to. This is interesting meme. Repost. So I'm back on Twitter again. Have an addiction. I really do. Okay. So we just need to refix our macros. Hopefully one last time. We'll start with new macro. Stone skin. Slash cast. Stone skin. Totem. As soon as I did that, it came back. Which means if I make new... Wait, we do want capital. I like capitalization. And if I just do that, yep, it immediately comes back. And then we do some copy pasting. So back to my notepads, my macro notepad. Probably didn't even need to open this up again because it's probably still in my save things. You know, the clipboard, if they call it. Clipboard that has all the things you've hit copy on so that you can paste them. This is the buff one, so we need that. And then here's shock. So we need this one. And that should mean we're set. Pray to Jeebus for me, boys. By golly, we'll get to actually grind at some point. You know what I should probably tell me? I bet if I reload. I think that's what happened earlier. I reloaded my UI whenever I had hit like save and load profile. And reloading the UI is probably what made them go away. Yep. So we still have the macro issue. Fuck me running, dude. Why is this my life right now, bro? Why? I hate my existence, bro. What the fuck? Sapenya Mitsuruwa. Okay, hold on. We're gonna exit game. Again. I'm sorry. With the game closed and the launcher closed. Let's go back to our thing. Back to the properties. Not read only. Apply. Apply. Okay. Properties. It's back to being read only again. Well, now we're looking. Folder. Okay, we'll try. That's a good idea. We'll try taking ownership. I think it's under advanced here. Owner, change. I don't know what my own name is. Admin? It's just admin? How about that? Hold on. not read only anymore. Update all subfolders. Hit OK. Reopen properties again, and it's still reverting. Fuck! Oh my god. Why? Did it save the ownership taking at least? Let's see. Oops, that's not the right button. Advanced. Did it save that? Okay. Settings. Ransomware protection. What the fuck? What? We might be ending stream, boys. I hate Microsoft, bro. I'm almost sure we're about to end stream, guys, unfortunately. So I'm about to spend a bunch of time troubleshooting from the looks of things. Oh, it's a bitch, but it is what it is. Maybe I'll restart stream after I fix this. I don't know. But have a nice night, guys. Good chance that I don't come back. And even if I do, I probably won't see anybody that may or may not be here when I do. So, yeah. Anyway, have a good night. Hope your night goes